Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the grand final. This is the culmination of all the ACTs, the ranking competitions that happen throughout the year. The top 32 players have now converged at Sessions Billiard Club in Belleville, where they now will play the grand final knockouts. We're starting with the top 32 round. And as you can see on the board at the moment, we have Charlie Losper and Adrien Naidu. Adrien doesn't play currently for a franchise, but he is such a prolific dart player. He really is quite committed to the sport. And I think most of you know Charlie Losper. He's been a legend in the game for so many years. And we'll be excited to see what this game produces. So Charlie Losper won the bull and started the match. First to 7 legs. And yeah, let's see who takes the accolade in this game. Currently, I think both players are trying to find their line at the Oki. But Adrien just being consistent at the moment and putting all 3 darts in the 20. I'm sure soon enough we'll see some magic. Charlie Losper from the Wizards franchise, always been in all the competitions. His years and years of experience really shows in all competitions that he plays. And I'm sure that today we'll see some amazing darts from him. Always quiet, always composed. You don't really see much emotion in him, but what a dart player. Charlie switching it up a little bit and going to the 19s. And he scores 133. Which leaves him on a 96. It's still early days in the game, but you can see the frustration already on Adrien's face when the dart's not going where they expect it to go. Charlie at the moment averaging an 81. Adrien lagging a little on 60. A couple of wayward darts there from Charlie, but I'm sure he has a plan. Adrien hits the 60. Let's hope he can set himself up and put a little bit of pressure on Charlie. And he gets 100. Charlie's setting up for the close. And he misses the tops. Let's see if Adrien can close the 97. Let's see if he'll go the conventional way, which is 57 tops. Or trip 19. He's tried. 37 also setting himself up for the close, but I think Charlie now on 40 and ready to close the game. And he does on his second dart, and he leads 1-0 in the first leg. Adrien to start the second leg. And he starts with an 83. It's still early morning here in sessions, and there's the buzz is happening here. It's starting to build up as players can and spectators come in. So come and join us. It's opposite Tiger Valley, Tiger Manor. It's right next door to a famous fast food place. If you want to come and join us at Sessions Billiard and Dart Club. And Charlie just plodding along, trying to get that scores down. Adrien needs to now make sure that he keeps his throw. I'm still struggling a little bit, it seems, to just find his rhythm at the moment. And Charlie throws a nice 140 to take the lead on this leg. Adrien seems to be a little bit uncomfortable on his throw at the moment, and the way he is pitching his dart looks a little bit like he's not getting a smooth action at the moment. I'm sure he'll find his rhythm pretty soon.
81.
Adrien doesn't play regularly. Don't think his work allows, but to make it to this point, I mean, just shows he's got talent. And congratulations to him for making the top 32.
How many? 120. 120.
Charlie throwing a 120. You can see that was the first time I've seen such emotion out of Charlie. Because that dart's a little wayward. And Adrien now
100.
setting himself up for a close, while Charlie on 45.
Game shot.
And he closes it on his second dart. The second leg, 2-0 to Charlie Losper. Charlie will now start the third leg of the match. Charlie at least securing one treble every time he goes to the oche, so it seems like quite he's quite consistent in that. Adrien starting to fly a little bit straighter now, but still not able to get the trebles, which he so much wants. Hi there, and I'm back, and I'm joined by yesterday's ACT champion, Johan Geldenes. Johan, welcome.
Hi Nicole, thank you for having me in the box. We have a game here between Charles Losper and Adrien Naidu. Losper is up 2-0, but yeah, as we know, it's a long format and we still have a long way to go.
That's correct. And I think, for Adrian, this is just as I said, he's not a regular dart player. So for him, this is quite an achievement.
Yeah, no, definitely. I played league with Adrian in Western Province. The man got a fire under his foot. I'm glad to see him on the ACT event. And yeah, hopefully some great things can come for him next year.
I hope so too. So yesterday, just tell us a little bit about your semi-finals and final match yesterday. It was quite stressful for you, but you managed to get through all both of them.
Yeah, definitely. I saw some darts from Graham Philby that I haven't seen from him in a long time. To be honest, I wasn't expecting the game that he gave me, but glad he gave me that game. It's good to see that he can still roll with the young ones. So yeah, I'm excited to see what he has up the sleeve for us today.
Absolutely. And yesterday, I think he gave everything yesterday in that game against you, and he was so tired after that. But brilliant darts from both of you. And your game against Cammy?
Yeah, we all knew that was gonna be a run for the money. At the end of the day, I slipped up a little bit and fell back 4-1, but I had a great comeback. But yeah, I mean, phenomenal darts from myself and Cammy. We didn't play the potential darts that we know we could play, but I feel we performed well enough to give the crowd something to look forward to watch in the grand final.
Okay, so thanks, Johan. But let's get back to the game. It looks like Charlie is now on a 36. Adrian looked a little bit frustrated at that first dart.
That's a good second dart for a setup.
Yep.
Probably go trip 19.
Oh, and he gets 21. But it's still a setup, but Charlie's on the 36.
Yeah, it put some pressure on the 36 at least, coming back for 48 for two darters. So yeah.
And Charlie misses that. I can see the dart averages has gone down a little bit. Charlie started on an 80, I think. It's gone down a little bit. I think they all just trying to find their rhythm and their line at the moment. But Charlie's leading 3-0. Adrien Naidu to start the fourth leg of this match.
AD starting it off with a 5. Good fix. Oh, bounce out.
Looks like
I feel when playing a guy like Charlie, for me, he is most vital on his double one. That's something he never misses. If he's on double one, you can pack your darts away. It's
you know
over.
what it is. Pack it away. Yeah, I think, Charlie, and he's got such a calm way of playing darts. You never know when he's frustrated or where he's like worried or stressed on the line. He's such a cool, calm, collected player.
Yeah, I played him in the blocks. He's very emotionless. He goes to the board, he throws his darts, he walks back. He shows nothing. No matter what the score is he throws, he is just emotionless on the dartboard, which is a good factor because your opponent can't strive off of your anger and emotions, which makes him quite a difficult customer to play on the dartboard.
Absolutely. But also very consistent. He's very consistent.
I watched him in the Challenge Cup as well.
Okay. And yeah, he did well there. I mean, he played and he actually won that one.
Yes.
I think he was he was very chuffed with that one, I think. And all through the tournament also, just kept his cool and calm. Nothing fazed him. So Charlie's now consistent on his 20s. But Johan, thank you very much for coming to chat to us. I hope to hear from you a little bit later. But I think you got some duties on the dartboard.
Thank you.
All the best for the tournament.
Thank you. Same to you guys.
Charlie hitting that treble. Again hitting that treble. Can it be a 180? 180! Well done. That's the first of the match. I'm sure not the last. Adrien then following up with an 81. And Charlie now trying to set up for the close. Let's see what Adrien can do. Can he put a little bit of pressure on Charlie now? You can see him talking to himself because these darts are just not going where they want to. Charlie again hitting that 60s. And he's setting himself up. He leaves himself with a 60. And Adrien now needs to dig deep to try and put a little bit of pressure on Charlie here. And he can only muster a 60. So Charlie now has 2 darts to close the game. Oh, and he misses. And he gets a 40, and he'll return to close off the game if Adrien doesn't close it off. That's a lovely 57 there for Adrien. He's got tops, and he takes on the 129. Wow, well done, Adrien. Charlie was lurking there waiting for the close of the 20, but he's made it 3-1. Charlie Losper on the 5th game, or the 5th leg of the game. He starts. Oh. Sorry, my apologies. I thought he had closed the 129. It looked like there was a miss. But Adrien gets another opportunity now. On 20, double 10. And he misses as well. So Charlie comes back to close off on a 5, 122. Oh, he chose the other route. As Giovani said, he's quite deadly on the double ones. And this time he's missed it. So Adrien will come back on the double 5 to try and get a game off Charlie. Double 2. Oh, he's joined Charlie. They call it the Madhouse, a double 1. And Charlie will throw for double 1, and he misses. And Charlie closes the game 4-0. The 5th game, Adrien to start. Oh, sorry, Charlie will start the 5th leg. He leads 4-0. And the race to 7. Charlie gets 2 treble 19s. And Adrien now really on the back foot. For him to get some footing in this game, he's going to have to hit some of those trebles at least to try and get a game off Charlie, a game or 2 off Charlie. Again, Charlie very consistent in his trebles. Treble 19s. Is it 2 again? The last chuck was 133. And Adrien needs to catch a treble to even, get close to the score. Charlie are now on a 170 close. And he doesn't make the trebles 20. So he's just going to set himself up now for the close. I think Adrien has put so much pressure on himself, and now he's really starting to tense up, and you can see his darts are now not going as straight as they were previously. The pressure is really, really mounting now. I just hope he can pull it back for himself, and the game. Charlie now on a set himself up, but now he's left himself on an 18, which is double 9. And Adrien just can't seem to find his line on this game.
Game shot. Charles lost it.
So Charlie's taken the 5th leg of this game, a race to 7, and Adrien starts the 6th leg. We're here at the Sessions Billiard and Dart Club in Bellville, in Cape Town. The weather is fantastic. The vibe is electrifying in this venue at the moment. We've got all the top 32 dart players all playing at the moment. So come and join us. Come and see what's happening. Come and have a pizza and come and have something to drink and eat. And come and watch some amazing darts. I promise you, if yesterday was anything to go by, the dart is going to be fantastic again today. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss the excitement of the winner at the end of the day. Today we're going to be playing 2 rounds. And tomorrow we will then continue and play out the quarters, semis and finals. The ladies tournament will be starting this afternoon. So if any of you ladies want to come and play some darts, please come and join us here. We have some entries that you can still enter. Charlie's got the 2nd in the treble and his 3rd, and that's another 180. 180, well done, Charlie. That's 2nd of the game. And that's pushed his average up quite nicely. And Adrien hits a treble. Can he put another one in there? And he just gets 100, but you can see that fighting spirit in him. And he's on a close. Charlie now needs to set himself up. Can Adrien close off the 161? Unfortunately not. He'll just have to try and set himself up. And he gets a 45. So Charlie now to win the 6th leg has 83. Oh, and he hits a 9, a treble 3. It scores 34 there. You can see his face was, what was that? Adrien got a 116. Oh, he just wanted that treble. He so wanted that treble. And he just cleans it up a little bit. Charlie now got 49. And he gets it on the 2nd dart. 17, double 16 to win the sixth leg of this match. Adrien Naidu will now. Charlie Losper will now start the seventh leg of the match. Can Adrien pull one back? He will have to dig extremely deep right now. And he manages to hit the treble 20 there with his last dart. It's a good last dart. But Charlie comes and places 2 in the trebles. And he was a bit unsure about whether those darts were going to be falling out, so rather just then went to the 18s. But still a good score. Charlie throwing a little bit of an uncharacteristic 38. When we look at the dart averages, it's also important. Besides the win, it's very important, but we also look at the dart averages because that really tells you how consistent the player is. So Charlie now at the moment averaging on 72.24. And that's an 81 he scored there. Adrien just keeping 3 darts in the 20s. Unfortunately, not able to catch a treble yet. Oh, Charlie. Oh, and the 1 dart falls out, and he only gets a 6 on that throw, which was quite unusual. It also leaves him on a bogey number, so he'll have to come back and set himself up for a close. Charlie hits that treble 20s again and just sets himself up, but I think he was going for the 25 there and missed it. But still, he's left with 82. And Adrien manages a 100 to just put a little bit of pressure on Charlie. Charlie now has 82. He goes for 25, 17, and tops. And he misses the tops. So let's see if Adrien can provide some magic on that dartboard at the moment. That's a lovely second dart. Charlie now left with 20. And he hits a 6. And he busts it. So Adrien might have an opportunity now on double 20, or tops as we call it. It takes a bit of a moment. Thinks about it, and he gets it, and he's got one back. He's pulled one back. I think he was looking up to the gods there. Thank you, Lord. He was. I think he just needed that little bit of a boost. And now he's smiling again. So now in the 8th leg, Adrien to start. Charlie placing that dart beautifully in the 60s. But the next two darts are a little bit wayward, so he's only getting 62. Hopefully, Adrien winning the last leg will give him a little bit of a boost now. Charlie's hitting that 60s consistently, but it seems like the second dart just decides to. And for the first time, I've seen him look a little bit unsettled there with his second dart and a little bit frustrated, but I'm sure he'll pull himself back. And Adrien just gets a 60 to keep it nice and clean. Charlie giving 100. And can Adrien reply? And he replies with a 60. Charlie setting himself up nicely. Can Adrien get a treble? Oh, and he comes down on the board, but unfortunately misses the 19. I think that's where he was going for. And Charlie misses the tops. And he's left with 20 now. So Adrien I'm sure can feel it slipping away a little bit at the moment. Charlie missing the double 7. And Adrien now has 160. Is there something that could happen here? And he gets the first 60. Oh, a pity about that one. He didn't follow his first dart. But he gets 140. And leaves him on 20. Charlie now needs to close this game off on double 7. And he won't close it off. He can just set it up, and now Adrien gets an opportunity again to close off this game. Double 10. Can he do it? And he does. He gets his second leg in this match. We're now at 6-2. He is so chuffed. Charlie Losper now to start the 9th game of this, the 9th leg of this game. And he gets 100. Charlie now moving around the board a little bit. I think he's just trying to just find his length again. But Adrien is sticking to the 20s. Charlie getting 104 there. As I say, every little bit counts. Adrien just keeping it straight in the 20s, getting a 60 on the last chuck. Oh, and Charlie had a little bit of a Robin Hood there. So only 2 of his darts count because the other one basically got stuck in his flight. Adrien just consistently throwing this 60. Charlie's now set himself up quite nicely, and Adrien now needs to try and see if he can put some pressure, but unfortunately there are 2 darts, the last 2 darts there. .48 scored. Charlie getting a lovely trip 16, which is 48, but he misses on the double 8, and now he will have a double 4 to close. Adrien's still not on a closable score, so he will have to try and set it up still and try and see if he can put some pressure on Charlie. If Charlie misses, then maybe he'll have an opportunity. However, Charlie's now on 8 to close off the game. And he misses. Adrien has 114. He needs to close 114 to clinch the 9th game and make it 6-3, or get a beautiful 54 there. And he misses tops. Oh, wow. So now Charlie again has an opportunity on 8 or double 4. Oh, he misses that double 2. Adrien has 20. Can he make it 6-3? Oosh. And he gets a 6, and now he's got 14 left, but Charlie now on a double 2. And he's zapped his favorites, double 1. And he misses. So Adrien again, opportunity for 14, double 7, or will he split it? He gets a 7. And he misses the double 2. So Charlie once again, they're both on now. They both have 4, but Charlie. It's a little bit of pressure now on both players now, and Adrien has 4, double 2. And he gets the 9th game The score now is 6-3. 6-3, and in the 10th game, so Adrien just broke Charlie Losper's his throw, and now he'll start the 10th leg. Adrien's looking a lot more relaxed, a lot more happier now. And he starts his first dart on a treble. Oh, and one jumps out. Charlie now ready for business. Looks like 135 scored. Adrien, another Robin Hood. So it's 77 scored in with that chuck. Oh. The second dart, Adrien's second dart, hit the 60s, but then the third one unfortunately hit the dart and fell out. So, but he's still leading in this leg. And Charlie just, covers that gap of the lead now by taking the lead with a 140 score. And now Adrien has to dig deep. And he gets a 140. What a time to get 140 for Adrien 90. He's left himself on 94. Charlie now needs to close a 158. And he can't do it. So Adrien has 94. Taking his time, and he gets the 54 and tops, and he closes the 10th game. The score is now 6-4 with Charlie Losper to start the 11th leg of this game. Adrien's confidence seems to be back a little bit now, so he's started that leg with the 100. Charlie seems to be struggling a little bit. It just shows you no matter how experienced you are in this game, every single game counts and every single opportunity. So you can see Charlie was leading quite a huge margin at one point in legs, and Adrien has now managed to pull back four from Charlie. So now Adrien might be feeling a little bit more comfortable and confident in the game. And Charlie keeping it consistent. I think he knows it's important to get past this game, but I think Adrien is really putting up a fight here, which is it's quite nice to see. This is an opportunity for everybody. So irrespective, the ADG offers opportunities for everybody, and even Adrien that doesn't play consistently, I mean, you can see he's made a mark on the scoreboard. Adrien eating that trebles. Just he can't seem to follow up a second one. But it's still a good store. Still good. See, Charlie's dart average has gone down considerably. He's now averaging on 65, and I'm hoping that this is that he will pick up the game a little bit, but it just seems that he's just not hitting the trebles like he was previously in the game. But this is why they say darts is a real mental game, and you've got to keep your mental strength is so important in this game. Besides the physicality that you need, I think also the mental strength is so important here. To keep your cool, everything straight. I mean, the minute you tense up, you see your darts flying all over the show. And Charlie just trying to pull back a little bit on this game. Adrien now on 102. Close. And he hits a treble one. So he needs to just... And that's beautiful. He's hit a 60. So he's got 57 and 3, which is 60. And he's got 42 left. So he's left himself on a 36. And Charlie has 143 to close. And he misses on the double 16. Charlie has 96. Can he close this off? And he hits the 60. And he needs a double 18 to close off this match. And he gets an 18. So Adrien gets opportunity again now to close or to close the gap between the two of them. By if he can close this 32, then the scoreline will change. In his and he hits a 16. He needs a double 8. Oh, and he hits a double 16 in the third dot, and he busts. So Charlie has an opportunity now to close out this game. He needs double 9 or 18. Double 4 now. And he gets the game. 7-4 for Charlie Losper. What a game. I think it's for both players. It was quite a game, and I think Adrien is quite happy with his performance. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, while we bring you more live from Sessions Billiard and Dart Club. We will be coming back to you shortly with the next live match. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Sessions Billiard and Dart Club. Here we have on the first board, on our main board, Kendrick Cordum against Yoram Sylvester. Kendrick, you should know from the World Youth Championship, where he won the competition, as well as he made it to the Modus Series. So quite a youngster, only at 19. He's really done quite a lot in his little, in his life. Yoram comes from the Rams franchise in the George region, and first time on the center stage, but I'm sure this game will be quite an interesting one like we had previously. I think we just have one or two technical issues at the moment with the marking, but we will resume this game. They will resume. No, that's fine. No. Yeah. Seems like we've managed to sort out the discrepancy there, but so Yoram is now. It's Otis Kendrick's throw. He won the ball, so let's see how we go. Yoram, oh, he's thrown two trebles there. That's Kendrick just keeping it consistent also. Yoram showing us his darts. Setting himself up with the 106. Kendrick now has to sorry, we're just having to rectify that score a little bit there. Right, he's just corrected it for us. And Yoram now going to try and close a 106, but he only gets a 26. So Kendrick's got an opportunity now to close off the game in 101. And he's not able to, so Yoram can come back and try and close off the 80. To break Kendrick's throw, but it seems like he's got one wayward dot. Let's see if he can correct it. Yeah, he won't be able to close off the 80, so Kendrick will have an opportunity to come back and secure his throw. Kendrick's got 47. Kendrick messes up a little bit there on a 22. And Yoram now wasn't able to secure the tops, but he's now left himself on a 20. Let's see if Kendrick can close off. And he does. He wins the first leg, 1 of 7. It's a race to 7 on his throw. So Yoram now to throw on the second leg. Yoram to throw. And he hits a treble there. So he starts his first chuck on a 100. Kendrick hitting that 50, the last dart a 54, which gives him 93. So keeping with Yoram. Kendrick not being able to hit that trebles at the moment. It seems like he's also still just trying to find his line, trying to find his rhythm. Let's hope we can see that dynamic young man that we've seen previously in all our other tournaments. And he's now managing just to find the 20s and get the 3 dots in the one area, which is Kendrick has come through the Devon Peterson Dart Academy. He was brought to the academy by someone in the Helderberg area. And Kendrick, obviously, going through the program, the JDC program that we had at our academies, which is quite an important one, because basically it teaches you how to group your darts, how to make sure that your closings are accurate. And he's come through that academy, and now we can see how the results of it. You know, he's really one of the top players in darts at the moment. Struggled a little bit with health issues, but I'm hoping that he can regain his previous form. Yoram is quite a new player. Probably been playing for years, but he's joined the Rams franchise that's in George. And, you know, he's probably not somebody that we've had on our radar, but it looks like he's really picked up his darts. And he's really, really enjoying it at the moment. So Yoram now has 86 to close off his game. Isn't able to do that, and Kendrick still needs to put himself on a close. So let's hope he'll be able to do that. And he gets a 55. So he now has put himself on a 132 close. But Yoram now has 56. And he needs tops. Oh, and he misses the tops. So Kendrick will have an opportunity to close off the 132. Let's see if he can do it. Unfortunately, he can't. So Yoram has an opportunity now to take his game on double 10. And he gets it with the first dart to level the game on 1-1. Kendrick to start the third leg of this game. One of the dots, I think his dots is falling out at the moment. And you can see the frustration on his face as he tries to try and find the trebles. And Yoram just keeping consistent at the moment. That's a 45. Kendrick finding the trebles and throws a wonderful 140. That should lift his spirits a little bit. Yoram now opening the door for Kendrick. Hopefully he can. And it's still a little bit wayward at the moment, but I'm sure we'll pull it back. Yoram has quite a different stance on how he throws, but he manages to, to get the trebles and get the games. And he throws it on. It looks like he's coming around a corner basically with the way he's throwing it, but it seems to be working for him. Dart average is not really where we want it at the moment. We're languishing in the 50s, 56 and 57. Hopefully they'll be able to pull this game up a little bit in averages, and let's see who wins this game. It's anybody's game right now. You're getting a 94 there. Kendrick has 145. Let's see what he does. And he hits the 57. And he scores 85. Leaves him on 60. Yoram hits the 60s. And he gets 100 to put it on an 86 close. Kendrick needs 2 dots. Can he close it off? And he doesn't. He gets 50 scored. Leaves him on a 10. Yoram now. He's giving Yoram an opportunity now to take his throw. But he can't capitalize. He's not able to capitalize on that. So Kendrick will get us an opportunity again to close off this game. The third leg of the game. Currently the score is 1-1. And Kendrick needs double 4. And he misses. So Yoram now gets an opportunity at 60. And he gets the 20. And he misses the tops. He misses double 20. Kendrick can come back now and close off the double 2. And he misses that. And he gets the double 1. So he wins the third leg of the game. Kendrick leads 2-1. Yoram now to start the fourth leg. Game on. That third dart in the treble saved Kendrick a little bit there. It looks like he's up and down at the moment. I hope he finds his rhythm and his balance again. Yoram had 1 dot flip out there. Kendrick and Yoram still feeling out the dartboards and the space. Yoram hitting the trebles. Kendrick now needs to dig deep to get the Yoram now, to get into a closable position. Yoram now has 170 to close. Can he do it? He hits. It seems like he's playing with two darts at the moment. There's a flip. One of the darts seems to flip out. So let's hope we can find close off this 90. Kendrick has 115. He goes 19. He's got 96 left. And so Yoram still has 50. And he closes the game to make a 2-2. In the fourth leg, in the fifth leg, Kendrick to start. And he opens with a 60. Yoram finding, at least in each chuck, he's finding a 60. Which obviously helps his campaign quite a bit. Yoram seems to be pushing Kendrick quite hard here at the moment. Kendrick has to dig deep. And was only able to get a 45 in that chuck. And that visit to the Oki. I can see this the tension a little bit on Kendrick's face. You know, he's such a passionate dart player, and he really wants every single dart to be a perfect dart. But you know what I like about him is that he's a real fighter. He doesn't give up. And for his 19 years, he's really got a lot of maturity on the dartboard. So he manages a 58 there. Yoram now has 164. And he won't be able to check this out at this point. But he leaves himself on a 64. So let's see what Kendrick can do. Oh. And he only gets a 44. Leaves himself on 100. Yoram gets the 48 and he needs a double 8. And he misses. So Kendrick's get an opportunity now at 100. Trying to go for tops. And then the one went off the board. So now Yoram gets another opportunity. 24 scored. He's got tops left. And he takes the fourth leg, or the fifth leg, sorry. You're now leading 3-2. We're now in the sixth leg of this match. And Kendrick's going to have to dig some very, very deep, find his line, find his rhythm. If he's going to want to keep up with Yoram at the moment. He hits a treble. So he's got 99 scored. Kendrick now a little bit wayward darts there. We're waiting for Yoram now. Oh, and another one falls out. Seems like he's struggling a little bit. His dart seems to be flipping out. Kendrick needs to keep it consistent. They need to up the dart averages a little bit at the moment. Kendrick languishing now at 54.9 and Yoram now at 56. So let's hope they will be able to find those trebles. And he gets another 99, which just helps, get closer to the close. And he's now on 138 close. That's Kendrick. Yoram just musters a 57. Kendrick gets the gets the 76, so he scores 86, which leaves him on a 52. Oh, that dart looks like it's going to fall out. Recovers it quite quickly. Kendrick going for 32. And he misses. Leaves him on double 8, which is 16. Yoram now has 144. He's pushing Kendrick. Kendrick's got the pressure on him now. He's got to close this game. And he does, and he busts it. He goes on double 11 instead of double 8. And Yoram still has 102 to close. Leaving Kendrick now needs to close it, and he does on his second dart. He's now leveled the game at 3-3. So they've each broken each other's throw. Kendrick now to start the 7th leg of this game. This is a race to 7 legs, the one to reach the first 7. And they're currently squared up at the moment with 3-3. Kendrick was in at the Modus series at the beginning in August, I think it was. I think he met quite a few of the dart players, made quite good friends there. What an experience for this young man. Traveled all on his own, first time overseas, and he just came back and said, "Wow, Auntie Nicole, what an experience!" And I'm hoping that he'll have many, many more of those experiences on the international stage. But here we have a game at hand, and he needs to get past this game. Yoram's again, his dart flew against his flight, and it fell out of the board. Kendrick keeping it in the trebles. He gets at least one treble per chuck, which is it's important. And when I talk about a treble, I'm talking about the big ones. You know, the treble 20, treble 19s, or the treble 18s. Because really that does move the dial on the scoreboard. You're now trying to have a setup for himself, and he throws a 45 to set him leave him on a 140. Kendrick now on 168, and he's thrown a 58 and leaves him on a 110. Can Kendrick close out this 110? Doesn't look like it. Two wayward darts in the beginning, and then he just managed to get a single 20. Huh? Yoram threw a 24. Kendrick going for the bull and getting it. Leaves him on. And he missed the double 16 as well as the double 12 to close off that game. And now Yoram is able to look at getting the 56. He's thrown a 32. And he misses on the double 12. Kendrick's got 12 left. Can he make this a 4-3? And he does on the second dart. Kendrick leads 4-3 in the 7th leg. The 8th leg, Yoram will start. Game on. Yoram is struggling at the moment to keep 3 darts in the dartboard. If you're wondering what he has in his hand, it's not a cigarette. It's actually a piece of chalk that he keeps in his hand. Because I did ask him about it, and he said no, it's just a piece of chalk, and I think he chalks up every time on his darts. So if you were wondering, no, we don't allow the smoking while they're playing. It's just a piece of chalk. So now we at the in the 8th game now. Kendrick leads 4-3. Yoram pushing Kendrick now to ensure that he can also square up the game. Kendrick seems to be hitting one treble, and then the other two just seems a little bit wayward, and there's a little bit of frustration on his face, as you can see. Yoram getting a nice 85 there. Kendrick's got a one. Kendrick had a 168 to set himself up. He threw a 38. Sorry. And Yoram gets a 180. Kendrick's got a deep now. That was the first 180 of this game. We saw a 180 in our previous game that was televised or streamed. Yoram there busting on, he's trying to get a 1, but he busted that. Now Kendrick's got an opportunity on 88. And he hits the 15. He sets him up. He sets himself up very nicely because now he's got tops left. Kendrick, Yoram manages to find that 1 and the double 8 to take the 8th game. We've all squared up again. 4-4. Kendrick to start the 9th game. Or the 9th leg of this game. $180. That would be the second 180 of this game to Kendrick. 1 to Yoram and 1 to Kendrick. And you could see how much that meant to him. I'm just managing a 60 on that visit. Kendrick just edging a little bit closer to the closing opportunity, and Yoram also just throwing a 60 to wayward darts from Kendrick at the moment. 3 wayward darts. Can't believe it. He's only thrown a 13 on that visit. He snatches his darts out of that board in anger, as you can see. And he knows he needs to calm down. There we go. Calm down. So Yoram now needing to get a treble at least to keep himself in contention for this leg. And Kendrick has 136. These games are quite strenuous on the body because, they played yesterday, they played the ACTs, all these players. It was a long day. We started at 11 in the morning up until 10 o'clock last night. And so it's quite a strain on the body, on the back, on the legs. Many people say, darts is not a physical game. And Kendrick closes out a 106, beautiful 106. To take the 9th leg, and Yoram now to start the 10th leg of this game. But as I was saying to you, the strain on the body is quite significant. Speaking to Graham Philby this morning, he said, yesterday really killed him. His back is hurting, his arm, but he's here because everybody loves this game. Kendrick now seems to be getting into the rhythm a little bit more confidence in his step now. And let's see what Yoram has to offer. It's going a little bit slow on the board right now. Both players seeming to find difficulty finding the trebles. Here we go. Kendrick has now hit the first one in the 60s, and now he's got 100. Scored 100 on that one, on that visit. Yoram now needs to try and set himself up. Kendrick goes 118. And throws a 54. So Kendrick's got 64 to take a 2-leg lead on this game. He needs to close the 64. He misses on the double 16. And Yoram now has an opportunity at 121. Kendrick will come back down on 32, which is the double 16. Can he do it? He misses all 3 darts. The one actually jumped out of the board. The frustration, the tension is high. Yoram has foot 74 and he hits a 9. He was looking for the 14. Now he gets an 8. Things not going too great for him at the moment. So he's only able to 19. Score 19 on that visit. And Kendrick again, 20, sorry. And then Kendrick again is able to get the, and he, second dart, and he busts that. So Yoram has 54, 18, double 18, and he misses the double 18. Kendrick gets another life and is now able to see if he can close off the 32. He needs to calm himself down a little bit. Take a deep breath. You can see him moving around the board a little bit because that first dart was closing off the double 16 a little bit there, and still not able to finish the game. Yoram needs to get double 18 and is not able to get it. So once again, Kendrick has an opportunity now to close off this game and take a two leg lead over Yoram, and he does it on double 8. So that means Kendrick leads 6-4. That was in the 10th leg. The 11th leg, Kendrick to start. Remember, this is a first to 7. Yoram's dart seems to be falling out again. Or I think it's probably just the way, the manner in which he pitches that dart. It seems to go in a bit of a flip to the dartboard, and as a result, it seems to not even reach the dartboard. But let's hope we can get all 3 darts in now. So Yoram now in the lead on this leg, and can he now take Kendrick's leg again? Kendrick throwing a 12, frustration again showing on his face. Yoram needing a double 16, wasn't able to get it, and Kendrick still needing to set up to even challenge him on this. So Yoram now able to get the 32 first dart, and now he's the score now. The scoreline is now reduced. It's now 6-5. That was the 11th leg. In the 12th leg, Yoram to start. Kendrick seems to have lost his focus a little bit now. I think he needs to just settle down. A little bit of a wayward chuck there from Yoram. Kendrick just can't seem to get the 3 darts together. He's starting to get a little bit frustrated with himself. And his partner is, his opponent is picking up on that. You can only get a 60 on that chuck. Yoram now needs this game to level out the match, and then we'll go into a decider. But let's see, maybe Kendrick can pull it back. He's hit the treble, and then the next one goes into the 5. Yoram hit the treble. He's looking for another. And he gets 100. Kendrick now needs to dig a little bit deeper, because he now needs to get to a close, because Yoram now has 140. And he gets a 90. Kendrick setting himself up nicely for a 170, but unfortunately wasn't able to get that treble. So Yoram now has a 50 again. Oh, and he misses the 18. And now he's on a double 16. And he misses. Kendrick, he misses the double 16, but he now has 16 left. And Kendrick has 130 to close. This is a big one. Oh, he's got ball. Is he going to go for it? Oh, and he misses. So Yoram now has an opportunity to square off this game. And he gets it 1 dot. Ladies and gentlemen, we at 6-6 with Kendrick to start the 13th game, 13th leg of this game. We at the Sessions Billiard Club and Billiard and Dart Club in Belleville. It's right opposite the Tiger Valley Centre. It's at the Tiger Manor. Come and join us. Come and join us. We are having so much fun. The vibe. We've got the top 32 players in Africa, and I'm being joined here by one of the top players in the country, Tyrone Shackleton.
Very kind of you.
It's only the truth, Tyrone. I've watched you play numerous times, and you've played some amazing darts. Maybe not won any of the major tournaments yet, but I think your time is coming.
Thank you.
How are you finding this tournament at the moment?
Oh, fantastic. It's the caliber of play that really brings it out of every player. I mean, I think that's what we all come here for. That's what every dart player should strive for. I actually came to cast with you a little bit now because Yoram, which is we call Gino because that's his name at the club. He's a really fantastic player. I've been playing for years with him. Got quite a hop in his style and a throw, but to see him playing 6-6 against Kendrick, just showing like people from different places in the country can do so well. You know?
Absolutely. This just shows you the opportunities that anybody has to come and showcase their talent. I mean, like I said in the beginning, we didn't really know much about him, about Gino or Yoram, as you call, but you can see now he's absolutely keeping up with one of the top players also, as in Kendrick.
Yeah, putting the pressure on, and it's just great for him to also come attend these tournaments, have fun. He's put the hours in, but yeah, all the eyes on Kendrick. Really, I mean, he knocked me out last time, so I've got one in the bag for him coming in the future. But
So
what a pleasure.
Did you ask Yoram to kick him out for you?
No, but I think it's unspoken.
Unspoken, absolutely. And I mean, look, he's been playing some amazing darts. I mean, Yoram. Look at that, he's hitting the 60s. I mean, Kendrick is seeming to struggle a little bit to
It's
even.
not his normal form.
It's not his normal form. Like I said again previously, and they hit some 140. What a reply. He's had some health issues which he's trying to sort out.
Sure.
But I mean, irrespective, I mean, he's still a good dart player.
And it's the first match of the day. That's something every player has to overcome. You have to actually take that as a learning opportunity. I
So-
do that with every first
So
game.
what's that? I noticed yesterday you were saying the first game is over and done with that. Is that the most important one?
Everybody feels it's not important. It's just everyone's going to struggle on it a little bit because your mental game has to start on that game. And you'll know then if you've got a niggle in your throw or if there's something you need to correct. So that first game is a feel-out game. And some people just fall into the groove really quickly. Someone like Cole Gabriel who just does it naturally, or Cammy, and the guys who have a lot of on-stage experience. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think yesterday it was okay because it was a round robin. But I think today the stakes are a lot
Yeah, stakes
higher.
high.
This is a knockout, so
Kendrick takes a step back. I always wonder about that as well, taking a step back after you throw your first dart. Is it a good idea? Isn't it? Do you do it on practice? Should you do it? But recenter yourself if that's what you feel you need to do.
I think he tries to settle himself because he gets quite frustrated with himself, and I think I've seen in this game already quite a few times.
Yeah.
He just takes that moment.
He really wants to make sure that he's not blocked by that dart. Is he going to go left or right?
Yeah.
Calm, focus. It's 6-all. There's a pressure.
Lots
Doesn't
of
be knocked out
pressure.
so early. No one wants to. So
Absolutely. So let's hope that he's able to just settle himself there.
a nice first dart. Marker, basically. Ooh.
Oh, and he busts it.
And then that makes you wonder, should you have taken it? As a player, you'll go back, you'll watch this and you go, should I have done that? But I'll probably do it next time.
Absolutely.
And will Gino punish that now?
Oh,
That's a bit
that's
of a
a
blocker.
good.
He
Oh.
throws, for his style.
And he misses it. What pressure, people!
Watching it is as bad as doing it.
I think it's worse
I
actually
cover my
sitting
eyes.
here.
And,
Oh no,
Kendrick.
Kendrick.
And this, you see this time and time again. You see it on the PDC stage. When it comes to the deciding leg, double players will
I
always
think
have that.
people don't understand the actual pressure that these players go through. Just it's just throwing darts. Okay, I can throw darts, but when you competing It's a very different level, and at this level, every dart counts.
So the interesting part about darts, because you're throwing a small dart at a small target, a little bit of adrenaline through your system can tweak your arm, and a little movement in your hand, and it's far out on the board. So you have to keep your heart rate down, which is such an oddity to say. Like, how do you control that?
Yeah.
But you breathe, you take a step back, you recompose. And hopefully it doesn't disrupt his rhythm here.
Yeah, I
double
think he's.
16,
Yeah, I
so-
think he's just talking to himself,
Yeah.
trying to roll this one in.
Sort of hold your breath as he throws.
I am.
Ooh, the left side, that's an odd choice.
I think those darts are just were blocking his view there on the 8. And
You can
Gino.
see again, like you never see it in the rest of the game.
I know. I think this is the ultimate pressure.
And now
you
they're
know.
laughing at each other. Now I think this is going to be a good throw because they're at ease. Much better dart. Good dart. And
Gosh.
it's been what? 12 darts?
Yeah. I mean, it's been quite a leg, this one.
I had it with Graham once.
And he again.
And that big pie feels like a sliver. Really, really does change. And afterwards they'll sit down and go, why?
What did I do there? And he
And
gets
Kendrick
it.
gets it. And now they're both happy because it's just
Oh,
relief more than anything
what
else.
a game. They took it to the wire, each of them. They played the
happy-
best of their darts.
Happy for Kendrick though.
Yeah, I think Kendrick just needs to take a step back, look at his game, reanalyze what's happened. But I think for Gino or Yoram, he absolutely showcased his darts today, and
Yeah.
that he could be a serious contender on the circuit.
And this will give him confidence now for every other tournament. You know, you can stand toe to toe with Kendrick, then you can stand toe to toe with anyone. So
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned. We will be bringing you another live match soon. So stay tuned. Thank you very much, Tyrone. All the best for the tournament. Are you still playing?
yeah, I 1-5-2 in my match now, so grateful for the first match. I'm playing Dion Philander next.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All the best. Bye bye.
Hello, welcome. We're back with the next match. It's a match between Giovani the Rage Mattia and Yaku the Jackal Tasma. Game's off to a good start for Giovani with a cool 85. He's had a good run in the games we had yesterday. It was a good 70 average across the whole of the ACT 6 matches for Giovani. Yaku struggled a little bit. He was in the blocks with me. He plays a good dart though. He's attended almost every single ACT so far, giving him a lot of experience on stage. So I don't think the nerves affect him. It's just every player sort of has to figure out their gate, their timing, your opponent, how you're going to throw. So some tournaments it goes, it can go a little bit better or a little bit worse. So we'll see how he manages it this time. Today, every day is a new day, and we're hoping to see some big numbers on this game. Giovani has also been playing for a very, very long time. Before I even came into the circuit, you look up to these guys that are sort of that crowd of the well-known players, and he's a tough opponent to play. They call him the Rage for a reason. He's very passionate, but a solid throw. I mean, a 70 average is nothing to sneer at, and we'll see. He's composed at the moment. Got a nice upright stance. He's got quite the classic throw, with the elbow up high, pulls back, releases forward. But yeah, it's a good start for him. And everyone just wants to get the first match done, or the first leg, just sort of see how the tone of the game will go. But Yaku hitting back with an 85, keeping himself in this game. Let's see if Giovani can break this one. He does, this 199 down to just a manageable number. Throws 96, leaving us up 103. The Jackal choosing to go the 19 route, hoping for a 171 obviously. Hits a 57. And Giovani also one of the few players to play in his khaki pants as opposed to the black pants that most players opt for. It's kind of a throwback to people who are in the Springboks, and you get to wear your khakis. Showing some style there. I suppose Peter Wright really shows us how that style looks, with his hair and his flamboyant pants and colors. I'm quite a proponent for that. I like the showmanship of a good outfit. Darts is more than just, when you get at this level, it's more than just playing the game. You also want to create a persona. You want to showcase yourself. You want to be known. You got to do something different, Games. Giovani missing that double. But he's got no pressure. Yaku's on 179. He's going to try and just throw something, but with Giovani on 32, pretty sure he's going to take this first round, this first leg. Just outside. And now he's got to correct it, going to the left. Always tricky on the left like that, but his style of throw and the way his dart lies means that's his only option. But I don't think he's going to worry. I don't think the Jackal's going to hit this based on how he's been throwing. And it starts with a 5, 20. Oh, calm last dart. Puts a little bit of pressure on Giovani. Can't afford to miss again. Oof. Goes for the double 12 inside. And does he hit the 6? He does. A little bit of extra darts on that closing, but he's going to be happy that they're showing the respect there on that first game. Okay, now with that out the way, the tone of the match starts being set. It was a breaker throw, so that definitely does give him the extra edge there. Simon Adams standing here on the side taking photos. Hello, Simon. All right, so Yaku's looking very focused on the second leg. It's always interesting when someone breaks you, you've got to really put a bit of extra effort in, and you don't want that to sort of break your throw, your consistency. Some players tend to try a bit harder, throw a bit harder, and you shouldn't do that. You should just look at what you did. What have you done in practice? How did you play? Don't try and correct it. Go back to your practice. What did you do in your practice sessions? But that's the hard part about these tournaments. They teach you something that you don't learn when you're playing at home, or you're playing at your local club or your bar or wherever it is, your local sports club. Those games don't teach you the adrenaline. Your heart rate changes. It changes how you throw. It changes how you react. Even players looking cool on the outside, on the inside, oof, it's it can be a torrent of nerves. Very close second leg, both on mid 300s. Everyone just wants to keep it straight, throw a cool 60. If you drop it into the trip 20, it's a good throw. So, my strategy with games like this is play the very conservative game in the first 2 legs. Make sure your arm is straight, and make sure you just hit 60s. If you hit 100s, it comes, it's fine, but you want to avoid those 5 and 1s. Just so that your arm is in, you're natural, you learn your opponent's timing and throw, and then you can really start hitting hard. Dion Oliver, you said to me once that there is 3 stages to the game. That's how he saw it, and there was a beginning, a middle, and an end. In the first couple of legs, middle legs, and the last legs, and players will play a little bit differently in the beginning, middle, and the end. And it does sort of make sense, as it has stages, just like a 501 game has stages: your beginning, your breakdown, and your closing. So does a best of or a first 2. You've got stages in them. We don't play the best of set formats, and it's something I've been meaning to ask Devon if they were considering hosting some tournaments with the first to 3 sets, because it's a different game then. You can afford to drop games and take sets back, and it just changes the dynamics of a match. And it's something I'd be interested, or I would love to learn to play as a player that doesn't really have any tournaments that have those options, or those set format options. We're just so used to first 2 and best ofs, as players at this side. Okay, so Giovani with a 125, and will there be pressure? Was that in? It was only a 60, so he doesn't leave himself a closing. Giovani doesn't have to take out this 125, but it's always a nice number to take out, because you go that bull route first, trip 20. Now he can just either decide if he wants to set it up or just throw another 20. And again, you think you've got the time. The other opponent's on 180, so you don't focus as hard on hitting just that single 20. That's all you have to do. But the 5s and the 1s come in, and they just show that little bit of a lapse of concentration, because you've got another 3 darts in your hand after this. But now he has to burn a dart. Well, he'd have to burn a dart anyways, but he might have to burn 2 now if he doesn't hit a first dart well. But he does. 51. Gives him 2 shots on that double 12. Very far outside. I mean, it's good to place a marker. It was a bit of a far marker. And now it's the shoes on the other foot. Yaku's got 125, same thing, but right in the middle, away from that triple or away from the 25. There's the 25, so he leaves himself with 80 and 60. So there's some pressure on this 24. But Giovani's had this double 12 the last leg, so he's had a little bit of a look at it. Double 6, and it's in. That was a good marker, that second dart. Very neat, very composed. Again, respect shown from the players. How will Yaku handle this now? He's got to look at it. He's 2-0 down. It's still early games. It's 7 games, so he's got some time. But you really don't want to see it go 3-0, because this would be a break back again. So Giovani holding his throw was to be expected, but the Jackal needs to hold his throw now and take Giovani on the next leg for him to be in the game without having to really think I've got to come back from 4-0. So this game is actually quite important. This is where it is now. This is the first part of that, what Dion spoke about. The first part's almost out the way, because the third leg is the marker for a best of 7, is the first section, the intro of those first 3 legs, and it defines if you're going to have to work harder to come back, or if you're in the lead and you have to compose yourself. There, nice straight 60, straight darts. Yes, they were high and low, but they were straight, and I think that's more important. Especially when you're behind, you've got to just make sure your line is there, and then you can focus on hitting those trebles. Giovani's not going to take his foot off the gas, so while Yaku needs to take time to compose himself and hit 60s, he also he knows he needs to throw 100s. So it puts him in a rock and a hard place, and that's what happens when you have the lead, and you just have to hold that lead. It's a pressure thing, so one player has a little bit more pressure on their shoulders than the other. And this is the mental game, the thing that people don't see. You see them throwing the darts, you see the results, but there's calculations constantly. What is my opponent on? Where am I? What do I have to do to fight back? Is it my leg? Which route should you go? How risky should you play? And that's where your breakdowns are actually the most important. Everyone's like triples and first 9 darts are important and hit 180s and you've got to get a high close, but what about those breakdown combinations from your 300s to your 200s down to a 160 downwards? Like how are you going to get to those high closes before your opponent? Because it's opportunities, that's all it is. Chances. Do you give yourself a chance? So from 230, he was hoping for a 60 there. You should have left 170, and these are those kinds of things. At this level, you have to leave yourself on a closable number, because if you play a player that's on a closer by 12 darts or by 15 darts, they've got an opportunity ahead of you. But Yaku's been struggling a little bit in the scoring department, and that's giving Giovani these extra darts. And that's why that 5 happens like that, because there isn't as much pressure as there is when you're playing a high-intensity match. But these are things you need to, as a player, manage. You need to manage playing players of different calibers, players of different cadence and speed, players all shapes and sizes. It's interesting, darts is such a simple sport, but there's actually so much to analyze in the sport itself. Just a quick question on the score there. Shout out to the scorers. Not everyone's favorite thing to do, but it helps with the math. And math is also another component of darts. Counting, the ability to quickly calculate so that you don't lose focus in what you have to do. Okay, Yaku is just going to want a straight line, and he's doing quite well with that. I don't know if that's a blocker for him with the way it lies, but he throws a straight 60, which at this point is, now he needs the 130 is going to be his, like he has to close that unless Giovani's not going to give him a chance. Giovani playing with quite a thin, long dart. Interesting, darts players, you play with a thin barrel because you want the tip to be able to be close to each other to group, group into your bulls, group into your trip 20s, but it's actually, if you've played before, playing with a thick brass dart, to hold it is actually so comfortable, but it's unmanageable. You can't play with thick darts. I mean, Phil Taylor played with bombers, and there was a little bit of space management he had to do there, but you play with a little bit of a longer tip, and then you're going to get your darts will manage to fit in. Ooh, Yaku throwing an 80 there. Let's see. Got to compose himself. Oh, he needed that. And this was that third game that I'm talking about, where it's 2-0 down. He has to hold his throw, and he has to break Giovani. And now he's going to be 3-0 down if Giovani takes this. And that puts him in a deficit where he's going to have to fight back at a point where he doesn't have that scoring potential at the moment. He's got to find it. How he's going to find it? That's that we're going to watch now together and see what he can do. Every player faces this. All right. Cool. Yeah. All right, so he didn't close. He had another opportunity. Didn't close that either. Now Gio's got open reign at this 40. But Gio's also probably going to think, like, if I take 3-0 up, I'm going to have some really nice breathing room. And there's that little bit of pressure you put on yourself. Even though there's no pressure in the game, there's pressure on yourself to say, I want to be 3-0 ahead. Because then, not that it's easy, but then it's a match. You can take a bit of a breather and work on your throw for your next match. You can take some time, use it as a bit of learning. And Yaku giving him that time. Giving him that space that he needs to improve his throw, because every player here is, no matter how well you do, you're still trying to do even better. So there's that part of it as well. You're watching your own average, you're looking at what you're doing, and you're like, oh, it's not a 15 darter, it's not good enough. So in your own head, it's hard for a player not to think about those things. When Xander and I, who often practice together, we like to use an app where it doesn't show the scoring, the averages, I mean. Of course it shows the scoring. Because that it allows you not to worry about that. But there, Yaku got that leg. Well done, Yaku. And even though it was, it was earned, but it was, they gave each other the chances to get that one. So he's going to feel a little bit of relief from that, more than he's going to feel like he grabbed that. So with that relief, he's now got to say, now I need to score. Now the timing for trying to figure out my line is done. That time has passed. We're now in the mid-game for this first best of 7, or first to 7, and now it's scoring time. Now it's I'm warm, I can throw 2 singles, but I need to hit a treble, and the line must be good now. And that's where the tone is now set. Quite like the Jackal's t-shirt. It's got quite a nice emblem there with that Jakkals, as they say in Afrikaans. The orange colors, really like the look of it that he's going for there with his branding. 59, straight darts, like we say, it's okay as long if it's not a 3, 5, or a 1. You're showcasing that you're just throwing straight, and if it just didn't dip into that triple, that's sort of, you can sort of go, okay, cool, my line is still there. And Yaku, that's exactly that. You throw just above the 20, and if it dips down into the trip 20, great. So this is what he needs. He needs hundreds. He just needs solid hundreds. And he is leading in the scoring at the moment, depending on what Giovani does. Yeah, but Giovani strikes back blow for blow, 100 for 100. And yeah. Again, it's just a nice vibe here at Sessions. A really nice venue. It's a nice hot day. It's nice to be inside in the aircon environment on a hot day like this. But I'm sitting here with all the equipment. It's a little bit warmer. And the players, it's quite warm on stage with all the lights and everything, so the players do feel the heat a little bit. But it's a nice vibe here at Sessions. We've got nice music going. It's like a people. It's all amongst darts friends. So it's always nice to attend these events, mingle with the darts players, mingle with each other if you're playing the tournament. Spend time on the practice boards with some of the players. Devon's here, mingling, practicing with the players. It's a great vibe. So if you've ever been interested in the darts and you're in Cape Town, whenever these ACT events are on, go look at the African Darts Group website, see when they're on, and come join us. Experience the vibe, even if it's just to come play a game of pool, have a refreshment, and mingle a little bit. It's nice. Or even play in a player or two if you're just a social player. Come experience it. Players need the practice in between the games. Everyone's trying to keep the game up, trying to keep sharp. It's a long day. Yesterday we were probably here for 11 hours or so. Got home quite late, and then you have to wake up in the morning early and you have to come do it again. So Giovani on double 16. Again, those are 2 really nice darts. He's showing that he's not afraid of it, hitting inside of the dart, because fear of the doubles is something some players struggle with, but he doesn't. He's the rage. He doesn't fear the double. He goes for it, which is great to see. But you don't want to go to the double 1, so that's always sits in the back of people's minds. But will Yaku give him a chance? Oof, and that's what I was talking about now. When you can attack the double, when it's that far out, you know that you can see that's playing in the mind a little bit. Leaving himself the madhouse. Oh, and they call it the madhouse because of that. Because that feeling, knowing you give your opponent another shot. Double 10 on the cards for Yaku. He takes a step back, recomposes himself a little bit. And let's see what he does with it. Inside, at least he was aggressive with it, which is good. Very conservative. And oof, you see, he needed that. It would have evened out the game. Otherwise, you need any double. It's just great to see. I can see Cammy and Zander here chatting on the side, afraid of the mics. Zander isn't afraid, of course. Cammy's like, he just wants to practice. So, but it's nice to stand here and commentate with you guys, you spectators out there. Us spectators, I mean, we all watch darts, we all spectate, we all love to see it. Double trouble, especially in a leg like this where you need it. And this is sort of the determining factor of this match between these two guys, is these doubles and these opportunities they're giving each other. And there's no worse feeling than stepping back knowing you've got no control. Your opponent's going to take their shot and they're going to either hit it or they're not. And when it happens so much like this, where it's 6, 9, 12 darts, it gets hot under the collar, and there Yaku capitalizes. Giovani's going to be upset with himself about that one, but he's got to just compose himself and got to say, well, we missed that. Next round I hit it. That was last game, this is the next leg. That was last leg, this is the next leg. So that lead that he worked himself is now closed. The gap is closed. Now even game. So Yaku's going to feel less pressure, and now these hundreds could just start coming in because the pressure feels a little bit less, because he's back to even footing. And that line that I'm talking about, that pressure comes onto Giovani's shoulders now. The second throw, it's always you calculate that first 9. On the apps you can see your first 9 average, and you can see your total average, and that'll sort of tell you what your scoring potential is and how good your checkout percentage is. So when you get to, you become a darts player that's over a 60 average, I'd say, you start looking at the first 9 as an indicator of, where you are. So for Cammy and the likes of Cole Gabriel and, the players that are always sitting at the top of the logs, they're looking at a 90 to 100 first 9 average, because that means that they if they close with their first 3 darts, they normally should have a 90 average. But we see they're sitting normally in the 82, 85 bracket, meaning they're probably using 4 darts on a double, 3 darts on a double, and that's how you try and become the next, how you try and level up your game. It's not just practice, practice, practice. It's saying, which part of the game do I need to improve? And the first 9 gives you that sort of indication of, okay, I can achieve scoring power, which means I give myself a chance at working out a closable number and then trying to close. Because if you can't get to a closing, because people say like doubles win games. Yes, they do, if you get to a double. But, as we can see on the stage now, I mean, they're struggling with the doubles, giving each other lots of opportunities to practice the doubles and attempt to close them. But that's just sort of how you approach it as a player in those sort of stages. Okay, so now in the mid-pass, 12 darts has been thrown. Both players looking to see what number they want to set themselves up for. 234 tricky, because you can't just hit a straight 60 to leave yourself a closable number. You need a treble. Will he get one? No, throws a 41. So Giovani's going to feel he has 6 darts here. If he throws a really nice number now, he's got 3 more darts at a 1 trip possible close. So there, throws the 85, leaves himself a decent number, 111, which could be a triple, single, double, which is what you look to do instead of leaving yourself a two trip closable. Yaku needed to give some pressure here, but he missed all the big numbers. That's going to hurt, and that's going to give Giovani another 6 darts. He knows he's got 6 darts, so he needs to set this up rather than go for it, which he will sort of do, I suppose. Hitting that 11 with that last dart. Let's see, can Yaku throw a 180 now? Would be great. It would be great any point of the game. But that good grouping. Nice that he only went to the left a little bit there, so 83 will do good to leave him a 101. Now 63, sometimes I go bull double 19. It's not actually what the people do on stage, so it's probably the wrong route. But it also depends on how you feel on the bull on the day. If you feel good on the bull, take the risk. You got to feel, how's your opponent throwing? But I mean, 13, usually the right route to go. And that's the game. So 3-2 up for Giovani. The game is afoot. And it was a break and throw, was it? It was. And you feel it on that on the stage there when your throw gets broken, you sort of take a breath and you go, I have to break back immediately. So Yaku's going to want to break back this throw. Cool 60 for Giovani. With the averages are what they are now, I think these players should just rely on their training. Don't overcomplicate it in your mind and let the darts happen. A lot of the time because we try, we don't let it happen. Because if you're trying to do it, you're not doing it, you're trying to do it. So I think it's a bit of a Zen thought process, but let the darts flow out of your hand like you've been training, and let the 60s come and let the 100 come. That will naturally just fall in place. Really focused attention on Yaku's face. See, and that's what I mean sometimes, is that focus can translate into missing because it's maybe a bit of an overfocus where it just needs to be a reset. Ooh, strong 60 on that first start. 140. Good timing on that 140 for that first 9 scoring average that he needs to sort of look at afterwards and analyze after a tournament like this. Where were you at with your scoring power? As Giovani is a 70 average player, the 57 is obviously lower than what he's used to throwing, and that sort of also is depicted by the player you're playing and the tempo of the match, and everyone wants to win all the time, but it's different when you're playing different players. The adrenaline levels change. There's different factors that play in what you're going to throw. Although every player should learn to isolate themselves out of that, it affects everyone regardless. It's a very difficult thing to overcome, or not let it impact you. Again, all missing the big pie. So if just a straight throw would have left him 60, that would have been way more valuable. But he's trying to hit those trip 20s because he feels like he's behind, which he feels like it because he is behind. And he needs to break back. I think that's what I'm referring to. If he can break back, then the game will be on even footing again. Cool, there we go. 140, good timing, good timing. Doesn't leave himself a close. Again, Giovani getting 6 darts in these doubles, so a lot of leeway for him at the end of each of these legs, which he has to capitalize on. He's not used to maybe having that sort of leeway. He's used to the pressure being always on him, you know, gunning 2 players almost always on the double at the exact same time. So that does change the dynamic a little bit. Right, 43. Leaving himself the big fish, but will he get a chance at it? 25, which is the 9, double 8, probably the most practiced 2-dart combination on the board, given the fact of how many bulls you'd go for. But he misses on the outside of that. Just makes me think that that's quite a nice thing to practice, is bull, 9, double 8, bull, 9, double 8, because it just happens so much in the game of darts. Johan, Yaku not going fishing today, not reeling in that big fish. It's always a beautiful thing to see, and Giovani holds his throw well, and now is up 2 legs again. So this is what happened in the beginning. He went up 2 legs, Yaku fought back with 2 legs. Are we going to see history repeat itself? Is Yaku going to take the next 2 legs, which will come down to his nerve? You know, like how much do you compose yourself and go, I'm going to take this back? And by the start of the throw, it looks like he's aiming to do that. 100 thrown. And there it is. That's again the cadence of this match. Giovani feeling his ahead. Yaku starting with 100, and then he misses the 20s because he took his foot off the pedal just a little bit there. The focus just wavers that little bit. That's sort of what ends up happening. Both players playing with dark flights. I myself play with dark flights. Some players play with transparent flights or colorful flights. It's an interesting thing because there's a lot of lighting in a darts tournament, and you know, darts can be reflective. So I see a lot of players playing with dark flights, black flights, because it's just the most neutral tone to throw with. We were actually talking earlier today about whether the light on you and on your dart when you're standing there throwing, do you look at your dart? Do you see it before you release it? Or do you look at the board and ignore your hand? And I suppose it depends on how you aim. If you're holding your hand upright and you're looking through the dart at the dartboard, then having a flight where the light reflects off of it can be something that's difficult to handle. But again, your type of throw, your style, how far do you pull it back, all those things, you know, matter. You look at a player like Van Gogh and he doesn't even worry and Michael Smith, because they just pull their hand up and they release. They don't aim in the conventional method of aiming. I quite like that Van Gogh style throw. I've done it a little bit myself in training to see what it's like, and the averages are decent, but you sort of rely on the muscle memory. It feels to, and a feeling more than it is an aim, like a Peter Wright who's standing there, he's holding the dart, he's looking at the board, and you can really see he's aiming. And yeah, Michael Smith and Van Gogh are aiming, but it's you aim with your whole body. You aim by looking at your target and just throwing the dart at it, where Peter Wright and the others are aiming through the dart. They're using the point or they're using the barrel to look at the triple, and then they release at it. And there's merits to both, like I said. I think for new players, using the Van Gogh style is actually a great entry into the sport, because aiming can be extremely difficult in the beginning. And the arm isn't used to holding the dart in the air. Your arm gets tired. That little 22-gram dart, let me tell you, you can have anyone over for a braai or anything at your house. If you've got a dartboard up, they throw for half an hour. The next day they're going to say, oh, my arm was so sore, because that dart is heavy. We all know it. And we laugh like you can be a gymmer and you can be all fit, but that little 20-gram dart gets you in the end. So when we play these long tournaments, if you're not fit for it, it's an interesting thing. That's another thing we were discussing. Is, you know, when you're playing at your local social club, or you're playing ADS leagues, or you're playing your league darts, you're playing for 3-4 hours respectively on a night, maybe 2 nights a week. These tournaments are 10 hours, 11 hours, and it's like that at the Modus, it's like that at the PDC as well. So it's something to get used to, and it's something you have to train for. You can't just do your evenings practice and say, okay, well, I practiced for an hour, I practiced for 2, I went to a league night for 3 hours. That's okay, but you need endurance here. This is 3 days of a lot of darts. Today the players get a bit of a break in between because we're only playing a certain amount of games per hour, meaning the players can actually relax a little bit, have a bite to eat, get some refreshments, practice board, and then play. They don't have to play back to back to back like we did yesterday, which is actually a nice way to approach it. And there we go. Yaku showcasing that he's going to do this again. Giovani's up 2-0. He comes back with 2. Giovani's up 4-2. He's going to come back. Well, we'll see now if he comes back and makes it 4-4. But that is the trend we're seeing here. And Giovani's going to be aware of that. But like I was saying before, he starts off with a great 125. Like I was saying before, it was nice to have yesterday such a full day of darts because it really like warms your arm up. Yeah, you feel tired and it's a long day. But today, with it being a bit more spaced out, you're warm. You're warmed up from yesterday's intense play, intense adrenaline and all that. So that's flushed out the system now. Now it's sort of a more curated version of that the players need to manage. And then tomorrow being actually just stress because it's going to be the quarterfinals onwards, I assume. And those are going to be obviously for the whole year. Every ACT you attend, you get points, and the pointing and ranking system shows up who's the top 32, which are yet today, and that top 32 that's the whole year's worth of ACTs to determine who is the number one. That is exciting. It's nice to have that, something to work towards. Everyone needs goals. You need short-term, medium, and long-term goals. This is a nice medium-term goal each year to work towards as a player and see where do you stand in the ACT rankings each year. I think I got knocked out in the semis or the quarters last year. I'm hoping, obviously every player hopes to win it, so we'll see how far I can get. It's always something Zander and I are close practice partners, so we hope to never get each other too early in these kinds of tournaments because you come with a group of players from your franchise, and you don't want to knock a fellow player out, but it's inevitable in all these kinds of tournaments to play a friend. It's easy to play someone you see as a nemesis or you see as someone you want to beat, but playing a friend, sometimes people say, oh, but then I'm relaxed, but yeah, it's still a knockout. You don't want to be knocked out. So for that little moment, friends should become enemies for just a little bit. And it's okay. Be competitive, show respect, and put your best foot forward. Giovani showing that he doesn't want to let Yaku take this second leg in a row like he did last time, with a very strong 125 at the right time. Yeah, 103 is a bit of an oddity. Could have maybe left something better, but who's going to argue with a 125? Especially while Yaku's so far back, he can take his time to set up the 103 whichever way he'd like. I'm intrigued to see which route he goes. I'm still working on my math a little bit and my breakdown potential. So I like to take moments like this to analyze games like this and see what do players choose, what do they do, how are they going to go. So he goes the 19 route, and you see he's thinking about it now after he threw that dart, meaning he maybe didn't have the full combination in his head before the time. And that's what you've got to work up to. You've got to say 103, I'm going to hit this, then I'm going to hit this, and if I miss this, I'm going to hit this. And you have to know all those things before you even step up to the hockey. And it's something you can train apart from your normal darts. You just need to analyze players like this and see what they do. So watch the PDC, watch the Grand Slam of Darts, watch the World Championship, watch the African Continental Tour games and analyze these games. Yaku's still doing his average a little bit of justice there by hitting a good number. Will Giovani hit this double 9? Ooh, it's a bit far out. He's got more darts though, so I don't think it's a worry, but no one wants to be on double 9. Well, maybe some players say, double's a double, it could be any double, but what those ones that you miss inside and you have to burn another dart, it sits in the back of your head. And with that 40, he does not leave himself a close, and again, that's very poor board management at a time where he needs to give Giovani some pressure. Now, Giovani's still got another 3 after this, and then he's still, how much more pressure is Yaku going to give him? He has to hit a big number. big number here at least. It's 25. Hello, Charlie Losper, giving a thumbs up there from the side. Nice to see the players interacting and engaging all around us. All right, 55, throws a 10. Splitting is a good idea. I'm a proponent of the split. Yeah, it doesn't always work out, but you feel a little bit more comfortable. Watching the PDC, you hardly see it, especially with that when you've got 10 left. But I also like doing it. I don't know if there's a difference. I'm a left-handed player, so right-handed players might have some favoritism with that, hitting that 2. As a left-handed player, I do because, like Wade, who's hits that double 10 so nicely, the 2 is right there. So you sort of feel like your arm lends itself towards hitting that accurately. But at this level, every player should feel comfortable to hit a single number. Oof. Gio just hopping on his leg there, a little bit of that second one, which he does. He's got a bit of a spring in his step when he throws. And now it's that age-old feeling of you step back and it's in your opponent's hands. Is your opponent going to take this game from you? He's done all the hard work, and it might get taken. Odd that he didn't go for the 54 there, but maybe he felt 20 was a better option, but now he doesn't leave himself a double. So, bit of an interesting choice and route there for the Jackal. But will the Madhouse keep its name? Oh, very, very, like you could see when that last dart, you just want to be overconfident with it. He overcorrected it because you put too much energy into it instead of just slowly edging down your energy as the dart comes down. Marker, second marker. 24 left for Yaku. Is he going to just pin this double? Inside again, quite far inside, same as the last one. Needs to hit the 6, doesn't. So yeah, we've got this game where the doubles are getting the better of these two players. But when a game is close in legs like this, it really gets nervy. It feels like a last leg decider when it's 4-all, 3-4, 3-4, 4-3, 5-5. It feels like you constantly have to fight for it. And it also breaks the rhythm of the play a little bit because you're not spending so much time scoring big scores. You're spending more time on the doubles and fighting them. So it's kind of like it breaks the rhythm because you're throwing all around the board for 9 to 12 darts instead of throwing at trip 20. And there we see that rhythm play out where Yaku breaks back and it ties the game with a 4-all again. So now we look at it as history going to repeat itself again. Is Giovani going to go 2 legs ahead? Because this is sort of the cadence that they're going in. One player gets lackadaisical, loses 2 legs. The other player then gets aggressive and says, no, I need to fight back, and then fights back 2 and then relaxes a little bit. You need to actually keep the pressure on all the time. And Giovani needs to put the pressure on all the way to 7 legs now, actually. It's 3 legs left for him if he wins 3 on the trot. And he's the caliber of player who can do it. And not saying that Yaku couldn't. He could just as easily also run three legs, looking at how the doubles are going now. But Giovani's going to be thinking now he needs to push that nitrous button and let that adrenaline kick in. And it is a time a player chooses to do that, where the heart rate goes up. You say, now I'm going to do it. And we used to think when I was a younger darts player, I used to think, why not just always be on? Why not always at maximum potential, maximum darts? Because it takes a lot of energy and focus. It burns energy to focus hard. And it's something that keeping your energy and your focus at the highest level is a difficult thing to do. I think the pro players actually do it quite well. The pro players, you see, they can smile when they walk off the hockey, but as soon as they put their foot there, their face goes serious. And that ability to focus within 1 or 2 seconds is allowing them to conserve energy. So it's definitely something I think players need to try and practice. Practice focusing, not focusing, focusing, not focusing. It's an interesting, as darts, you want to find new ways to be a better player. And you've got to start looking outside of the box. Muscle memory is not good enough. It is the baseline of what you need to do, but there's so many other areas a player needs to improve in, or can improve in if they so choose. Because if your opponent's doing it and you're not, that's just one more thing they're doing that you're not doing. Cammy gave me a whole long speech after we played, and it was a great game, and he beat me on the last dart yesterday. when he knocked me out. And he was like, he analyzed everything I did. He analyzed when I threw certain things. He knew what he needed to do 2 legs ahead of the time. He's a calculated player, so he really thinks about the game, where I try and turn the game completely off. I worry about every single dart in my hand, and that's all I worry about. I don't worry about who's there, what he's throwing. Yes, does he have something left, and should you worry about what route to go? But I don't try and analyze when, where, how, because I'm training myself to just focus on each dart individually. But that's my training route. But be open to hearing other people's observations. Listen to people. You don't have to always take it in, but just listen to them. You'll be surprised what helps change your dart game or helps you improve. I know when I did martial arts, it was interesting because when you become a teacher in something, I wasn't a teacher, but the senseis would say, when they train kids sort of ask weird questions and do things where the trainer goes, I didn't think of it that way, and now I have to think of this differently. Where you're training people who already know the knowledge, it's just sort of a flow, as opposed to getting asked these questions of yourself, like, what do you do in this situation, or why should I do this? And I think players need to learn that as well. They need to learn to think outside the box. All right, so now we're at the closing stage of this 4-all game. 108 left, didn't go the 18 route, which is okay. Hits the trip 16, perfect timing. Oh, just under that double. Giovani, look, 48's like one of the more standard closers players get who like 32. Hits the 8, which can leave you the tops option, and that's what makes 48 such a nice number to try and leave yourself on. He hits it, and again, we're sitting the same rhythm again. Now it's going to be 5-4. Is it going to be 6-4? Respect being shown there, because this is a fight. It might not be a high average game, but it doesn't have to be a high average game for it to be an intense game. I think that's something that players often like, oh, it must be 100, 100, 100. No, it doesn't have to be. There's a battle going on here, and on the inside, they're at war. But the Rage staying quite calm. Rage is, we'll see if he brings that out in the last 2 or 3 legs. Give himself the energy he needs to push the adrenaline. All right, 60 thrown. Nice straight first dart for both players. Giovani hitting trip 20 there. Ooh, bounce out, but it's okay when one dart was in the triple. You can afford it a little bit. Was it not a bounce out? Was it his flight that fell out? It was his flight that fell out. So okay, 125, good number. Yaku hitting back hard as well. So this is a strong leg between the 2 players. And this is now the mid part of the game, like Dion spoke about it. We had the early game, which was the first 3 legs. Now we really thicken it because it's obviously a close game, because it depends. It's going to be 7 games or it's going to be 14 games, or 13 games. And this game looks like it's going to go the distance. It looks like it's going to be a 6-all last leg decider, which would again be interesting to see how those doubles go. As any last leg decider has a tricky double game. 41 thrown for Yaku. 340 plays 271. Can he leave himself a closing for after 12 darts? He doesn't need, he can't close. He would have left himself 171 if he threw 100. So 59. But with 271, you'd think go the 19 route. Just feels like probably the right option. And again, that's that math calculation. Should you go tops? Should you go trip 18s, trip 17s? Which route should you pick? And that can be learned outside of the game of darts or inside the game of darts, but you need to learn it. So he starts on the 20s for 212, which is fine, because you could be happy if you throw 60 to leave yourself 152. 152 is quite a nice number because you could hit trip 20, 32. So there are these favored numbers, and if you start learning to use the 19s and the 18s and the 17s, you can start tweaking which route you go in for your favorites. And there's always 3, 4, 5 ways to close a number or to do a breakdown. And while there are more statistical odds and routes to go, you go towards your favorite. I like the 36, so sometimes I play routes that take me the 36 route quite often. 60 thrown for Giovani there, so now again 92 left, which is trip 20, 32. It's a nice combination. It's something you're comfortable with, because if you're scoring well and you're hitting trip 20s, then you get to stay there longer before you have to close your game and throw darts around the board. Very nice throw there, even for going top, bottom, top. Gives some pressure to Giovani to hit this, and see what I'm talking about there. Hits that trip 20 nicely. Gonna go just over that other dart. Oh, he does, but he still stays on the outside. 134 is a big ask for Yaku at this point, given how the game's going. But I wouldn't put it past him. He just needs a very good first dart. He throws it a bit higher. Hits the 54. So that leaves him with 60 then. Just needs another 20. He does, and that's gonna be pressure. And will we see the double trouble like we've been seeing, or will we see Giovani just throw the first dart, peg it, be done with it, move on to the next leg, and then it'll be 6-4, and then, like I said, and it is. I should have been betting on this. I could have been betting on each leg and knowing what's going to happen, because there's been a rhythm here that's just been playing out quite nicely. But there's another component now. So the rhythm's been there, but now Giovani's playing to win it, because any next leg he wins, he wins. So that also changes the dynamic. So this is the end stage of the game now. You had the beginning, you had the middle, now you've got the end. And the end is saying, I don't have many opportunities left to correct things. I can't learn anything else about this game and the throw and the pattern and everything I have to do. You have to now just hit as much as you can to finish out and close out the game without losing nerves. I can't remember who it was on the PDC. It was someone who hadn't won one of the major tournaments yet, who was in a final, and you could just see how the nerves got him. And I wish I could actually remember who the player was now. But that's what the end half of a game does. You could be throwing a high average as you'd like. You could be winning as much as you want. When that nerve kicks in and you don't close out a game, it can spiral quickly, and your opponent can take 3 legs and be done with you. So you never discount anything. I've seen 5-1 games, 5-1, lost 6-5. We all have. Some of us have experienced it, hopefully on the good side, but some of us have been on the losing side of that, with like a reverse, a reverse sweep, as they call it. All right, so they're 100 from Yaku. And again, we're looking at if Giovani doesn't throw a good number now, then it looks like Yaku's favored to win this leg. And then we're going to start seeing that coming closer to that 6-all. So Giovani, if he just put the gas down now, and it's easy to say it. I mean, every player is trying to throw well, but now would be a great time for him to do it, depending on what Yaku throws here. 40, so Yaku leaving himself 220 after 12 darts. Giovani's still a little ways away, but only 100 away. Remember, your 3 darts is worth 180 score. So if your player isn't 180 ahead of you, they're not ahead of you. You're just 1 throw behind. If you don't look at the value of the throw, 3 darts is 3 darts. So you really want to be far ahead to be ahead. I say that with air quotes, because I mean someone can throw a 180 and then close a game. So yeah, they could have been 200. They could have had 200 and something score, and they closed you in 6 darts. And then it's all she wrote, So each player needs to keep that in the back of their mind without letting it stress them out, but know that you're not really ahead. So you got to peg those doubles and combination close good to not give them those opportunities. And now this interesting part of, they're throwing these throws that aren't a straight 60 and not leaving them on at least a closable number, giving themselves more darts that they have to throw. One player here throwing 100 plus is going to hurt the other player and give themselves, well, not hurt the other player, but just give themselves an extra dart or 2 at doubles. That's what you want. That's what you need. And the doubles have been tricky for them, so they need to sort of do that. They need to give themselves more opportunities on the double because they're missing some doubles. So that's where that first 9 scoring potential comes in. If you're not hitting 100 pluses, you don't, then you're just left. No, you're left with a struggle on the double. But now each player is looking at how to take these routes. Like I said, everyone's got a route that they take. Yaku going for the 19s first, missing. Going for the 20s next, missing, and hitting a single 20. Again, these middle throws that aren't 60 pluses. Will Giovani set up pressure so that the 105, and he does. He hits a treble at a very good time. He's nervy. He knows he's like, I'm 1 more leg and I win it. So it'll sit there in the back of the mind, and it'll sit in Yaku's mind too. So looking at this, good 25, leaving himself 80. Will he go tops, or will he hit the triple? He goes for the triple. So misses into the 5 and another 5. So now Giovani's going to say to himself, single double, single double, single double. Will it be the 10 or the 6? Or does he go another route? It's the 10 for the 32. Takes a breath. composes himself with a winning dart, and he hits it. That's it, Giovani. Well done. Well played. That was a very mental game for both of them. There was a lot of back and forth there. Congratulations to Giovani for winning that. And that's all she wrote for this game. So I suppose we are going to see you guys soon. That's the end of this game. Next game coming up soon. I don't know which one the next one is, but we'll be casting it soon. Thanks for watching, and I'll see Devon practicing there. We're going to see him soon, I'm sure, on the stage as well. So catch you all soon. We are back with the next game. Yaku has earned himself the chalk, and he has to be the marker, having lost the last game. It's Tyler Shears who's wearing Devon's T-shirt versus Devon Peterson. So it would be iconic if Tyler took this one with wearing Devon's shirt. But it's going to be great to see these two players play off against each other. Tyler's just a phenomenal player. I met him at an ACT event, my first one that I attended, and I was just so blown away. I beat him, but I was blown away by the performance he put on and how strong he throws, and how like that forward thrust of a throw that he has is really intense. And so I'm just expecting such great things from Tyler. So let's see how this game starts. Each player, obviously, with the first leg of a game, want to put on as calm, collected first leg as you can. Consistent throws. That's all you're looking for. There you can see what I'm talking about with Tyler's like forward thrust. He really flicks the wrist. He really like is intentional about his throw. And you see that with a lot of great players. So that's why I say there's so much potential there. Just his style and action lends itself to be something that's going to become a great throw and a great asset to his throwing style, or to his career, should I say, not his throwing style. Devon putting down an 81. Good, expected. I suppose the expectation makes it hard as well, right? People always expect these big numbers, expect great things, but a win is a win. I'll take that win whichever way you can get. I can get it. Not any way, but player sort of says like, yeah, if the average is not too great, as long as you get the win. But again, Devon hitting that triple, one dart at least hitting the triple. It's important. Each, when you're playing the game of darts, that's sort of for that scoring potential, that first 9 potential. Thank you so much. Devon hitting a triple with his first round, his first throw. Leaving himself, throwing 100, leaving himself 142, which is quite a nice close as well. I like to go trip 20, bull 32. We'll see which route he takes. Tyler hitting back with 100 of his own. Devon throwing the first 60. We'll go another 60s. I mean, a lot of the players do that. Yep, he does. Because if you're hot and you're on it and you're in the 60s, go for the 60s. So sets up himself for a nice 2-dart combination.
100.
And yeah, the ADG proudly flighted by Condor. I'm playing with Condors myself, the tri-flights. Great darts. And there Devon does it, the 1-2 combination, 1-2 punch. Very nice first leg. Now the ice is broken. It was his throw, so good. He held his throw. It's what should be done. Now Tyler needs to show that he can step up and hold his throw against one of the greats. Tyler wasn't here yesterday. I think he had studies or he had some obligations he had to take care of, so he's coming in fresh today, where a lot of the players have had a whole day of grueling darts yesterday, and we'll see if that benefits him, or if the not playing yesterday sort of makes him feel a bit nervy. But he doesn't look like a nervy player. And I find that with Kendrick as well, the younger players, they feel like they don't look like they have nerves. Maybe they haven't learned about taxes yet. So as you start learning about things like that, life becomes a bit more hard. Okay, Tyler going to throw nice. He throws nice straight darts. I say that as he throws a 1. And he's got to worry here that Devon's already starting to take him over in this first holder throw of his this round. Devon throwing a standard 60, which is going to matter if Tyler doesn't hit something big now. 55, misses the triple by a margin. Okay, that trip 20 lies nicely. Ooh, he overcorrects to put the dart to the right. He actually throws into the triple 1. But the velocity is there. So when you hit a trip 1 or a trip 5, it's not a case of velocity, because you've got velocity and you've got line. So your velocity will determine your horizontal and your vertical is your line. So you got to be okay with things, like if you can identify what's wrong. Like there, his velocity again is really good. His line is slightly off. So he just needs to make sure that he's throwing a good line. But Devon's got quite a strong jerky throw. And that's probably why his velocity is so good. Look at me trying to analyze one of the greats. Who am I to say this? But he is just so entertaining to watch. I'm actually sad we don't have walk-ons at this stage of the game, because it's always that's what he's known for as well. It's very energetic walk-on songs, and I think the walk-ons are important. I'd actually like to see more of that at some point in these tournaments, because it's just such a fun additive part of the game. Players get to walk through a crowd of people. The music's pumping. It's a nice vibe, and everyone have their song, the song that pumps them up. Okay, Tyler doing very well in this leg. Will Devon capitalize on his 68 he has left? Ooh, he does. And again, it's that 48 I was speaking about earlier. Even if you have to throw 1 dot to leave yourself at single 16, double 16, you practice it so much that it becomes almost a gimme. It becomes like, I know, it's 48. I've done it 100 times. Like the 25, which is the 9 double 8. Well practiced combination, 1-2 punch. So Devon broke the throw. Then he starts with 100. Look, Tyler would have gone into this knowing it's going to be a very tough match for him, and this is a great opportunity for him to take a lot of learnings from this match. So I hope that he's playing this match, absorbing as much as he can. And when I say absorbing, it's how do you feel? What do you do with this great pressure? What do you do to fight a high first nine average player, or high checkout percentage player? You've got to find some sort of avenue. So it's just going to be interesting to see how he approaches the game and what options he has, or what tool sets he gives himself. And him just at least hitting these really straight lines is, he needs to. I mean, you can't not. That's just the bare minimum that he's going to need to do against Devon, and he is doing that. So now it's just getting a few more triples, getting a good breakdown, and closing a game or two. So he'll want a first leg just to calm himself a little bit, or not calm himself because he is a calm player, but just to give himself a bit of confidence boost, because it can feel intimidating if you don't take a game or take a leg early on, and not for just being behind, but just you just want to know, like, okay, I can, the ice is broken, I've got it. So that's where these trip ones are coming in. He's trying so hard to hit that trip 20. He's just pushing a little bit hard and pushing it into the triple one. Again, another 100 from Devon, leaving himself 96. So a little bit around the board there. Don't know what he was trying to do there. If he was trying to use the bull, but it was a bit of a 293. That was an odd choice. Maybe a slip of the dart. Devon's got more than enough time to set it up. Obviously, he's playing averages in his head as well. He wants to, first game for him of the day as well. So you want to sort of set your own tone, find your average, find your pace. Devon querying the score there. Good. All right. Everything's in order. He's back to 60, which is what he actually has. First darts in, moves to the left. Ooh, just undershoots it. Now he's got a full open bet at the double 10. And he pegs it. So his doubling is very good, yeah. And that's extremely intimidating when you know your opponent isn't going to give you a chance once they're on the double. And if they're getting to the double first, you've got a mountain to climb. And the only way Tyler can climb this mountain is by upping his scoring game and giving himself an opportunity on the double before Devon gets there. So he's going to have to fight or find something to get himself that opportunity. And Devon's not giving him that opportunity. 140. Starts off hard. Nice first dart again from Tyler. And he threw past the other dart. It's interesting because the way his darts lie, you think that was a blocker. But you can see how he threw past it. Some players do that. Instead of switching to the 19s or the 17s, they throw through their darts. You always risk bouncing off your flight or something, especially when it's blocking it like that. But some players are fearless in that regard. Yeah, see, he gets upset with that second, and it really is close. I mean, that's on the wire. It's a good grouping, actually, but scores are scores. Numbers are numbers. They count. So, and that feels like a 140 that should have been a 140 that wasn't, but gives Tyler some opportunities here to hit back with score, but he throws a 41. Devon starting again, trip 20. It's another trip 20. 180. Whew. After 12 darts, he's left himself 13. Priming himself for a 14 darter, potentially. Goes for the 5 for the double 4. And is his checkout percentage going to show true now and hit it? He does. Checkout percentage is very good today. I think it's at least 50% on the doubling. He's taking one dart and hitting it, or hitting it first dart every single round so far. Oh, you see he's talking about his line there. You can see that his line's slightly left, slightly right. And there you see he throws a little bit softer because now he's not, velocity, when you got to choose. You got to choose line or velocity. Which one do you want to focus on while throwing when you want to correct? And you don't want to lose the velocity. But that's what happens when you throw softer to get the line right. Then you start losing velocity. But see, he corrected it and kept his velocity. So interesting way a player who throws as hard as Devon has to approach it, or throws as that, like I said, that jerky, very intentional method that he throws with. See, and Tyler holds his dart quite far back. He cups it onto the wrist and has a full forward release. But you see all the players, like you can see Devon's arm is full extension. Even though it's jerky, he's basically saying it's like a golf follow through. It seems jerky, but he's releasing the dart early, and the hand follows through straight, and then it's actually just he's showing that he's throwing hard, but he's releasing early. And I always find it interesting to analyze people's throws because you've got some unique throws out there. Very accurate at the moment. 1-2 dart. Will his checkout percentage showcase? No, he didn't need to. And see, that's what I was talking about earlier, where I really don't like double 9. And Devon's showing it as a wide. He's far ahead. Just needs to set it up. It's only people that are playing the averages that are going to go and say, I'm going to try and do it anyways. So very, very good board management from Devon there to leave himself his favorites rather than a double that would take him an odd route. And even though he missed now, it's still the right choice. It's not like he made the wrong choice. You just hope to hit it. They were close. He's going to have at least 6 more darts. And there's a straight 60. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah. Still leaving himself 6 opportunities at this, but there we go. Devon pegs it. Yeah, it brings his checkout percentage a little bit down, but he was so far ahead because of his scoring power that he didn't have to worry about that. So game's 5-0 up. Okay, again, straight 60. Very neat darts. Very nice. And then 60 for Devon. While he might be a little bit disappointed in himself for that, straight 60 is nothing to be ashamed of. It is the bare minimum we need to do at this level. So 95 for Tyler there. He hits back hard, trying to capitalize on the 60 of Devon from his previous throw. Like we said, Tyler's still trying to find inroads here. He's still trying to find a way in. 83 from Devon. Then single 5, and then Tyler's, you can see it's bothering him a little bit now. Bothering Devon as well. But Devon's very nice. 81 average. Really neat for your first match of the day. It's nice and solid. 60 thrown by Tyler again. Line is really good. And there Devon throws trip 20, single 20. Now he's thinking about his combination closes. He says, oh, well, 100's enough. 173 yards. You know, if he threw a 140, it would have been fine. So that's what he would probably have been thinking. And that's good timing for Tyler, which means he's going to have a first shot at a double. For the first time in this set, he's going to have a shot at a double. And I say a shot at a double, a shot at a closing opportunity. And it's a 1-4-1. How iconic would that be? Everyone thinks about the 9-darter, but like if you need to close 1-4-1s if you're going to throw a 9-darter in the normal route, of course. He does not do it, but starting to get closer or starting to get opportunities to some degree. So Devon's thrown at 19 and then at 18. Leaves himself a double opportunity. Ooh. On the wire. That was in. It looked outside for me, and yet that was in. Well done. Now he's on match point. Starts again with that perfect middle dart. I mean, that's a perfect dart. Lies upright. It's in the middle. Ooh, he is disappointed because he could use those 2 darts and just bounce it off the bottom. So Tyler, nice. Throws 100. Shows he's composed because Devon hitting hard, and he's showing he can just strike back. I'll be very interested to see the first 9 averages for both of these players after this match. Devon hitting 100. There we go, 140. So Tyler's now starting to get into the swing of things. It's such a pity this is a knockout. If it was a round robin, it would have given him such confidence to play, and which is why he should have been here yesterday if he could have. I know he couldn't attend, but it would have given him a nice... but it's hard to play Devon. Regardless, you get round robins and the knockouts. It's different. the knockouts you get who you get. It depends on your player order of merit or where you lay on the log of the year. So that's something you can determine by being as good as you can be in all the ACT events. Come to more ACT events, lay higher so that you can play an opponent who's lower on the ADC rankings, ADS rankings. That's sort of how it works. So you want to give yourself the best opportunity for this first game. Again, we look at this checkout percentage, and there it is. 7-0 Devon. Oh, Devon played really well, ending on over an 85 average. Just too much for Tyler to do anything with, but nothing to be ashamed of. It was a beautiful match regardless. Thanks everyone. That was a great match, and we'll hit you up for the next match shortly.
Good afternoon. We are live from the Sessions Billiard and Dart Club. On our live stream now, we have Carl Gabriels and Charlie Losper. This is the last 16 last 16, and this is what the first game that we'll be streaming now of this round. So, Carl Gabriel won the ball. And has started the match. This again, first to 7 legs. Carl Gabriel's off to a good start, 140. Setting the pace quite nicely. Carl Gabriel seems to be he wants to win this game. I mean, Charlie's will be quite a good player to beat. So Carl Gabriel really looking focused and ready to take on the challenge. Carl wanting to set up. And he hits 100. Leaves him on a 76. Charlie's got some work to do, but it is Carl's throw, so let's see if he can close off the 76. And tops. Oh, he misses and goes in the double 5, leaves him on 30. He'll return though, because Charlie is still on 200. Carl needs 30 to close. He goes for 15. And he misses. Leaving him on double 6. Double 3 for 6. Charlie closes the game. First leg. He's got 1-0. You see, you can't even give Charlie any opportunities. He really will take that opportunity. And Carl is such a fantastic opponent. Carl has come to the finals of almost all our tournaments already. But I think he's looking for this one, definitely the finals in this one. So he's going to have to dig very deep against Charlie. To break Charlie's throw. Carl on the 200, hoping to, the last dart is in the treble, and puts him on a close of 100. Charlie still in 200, so he's trying to get himself on a good close, and he gets it 135 at a critical point in the game, or at a critical point in the leg, and he throws 135. Carl trying to set himself up and leaves himself on a 58, and Charlie's got 70 to close. And he closes. And he closes the game. Charlie Losper leads 2-0 in the third leg. Carl Gabriel's to start. So in the second leg, Carl Gabriel's to start the third leg. And he starts with 100. Oh, sorry, 60. Carl from Gauteng, and obviously Charlie from Cape Town. Carl throw 100 now. He's thrown 100 just to put himself a little bit ahead of Charlie, but you can never discount Charlie. And Charlie replies with 100. So it's pretty even at this stage. $180. Well done. That's the first of the match. Carl Gabriel. And can Charlie reply? Charlie gets a 114 reply. Oh, and he loses the dot. Falls out to the board. 71 for Carl. Leaves him on 50. Charlie's got 118. Can he extend his lead? No, he can't. So Carl will come back and throw to close off this game. He has 50. And he wants to go for tops. And he gets it. The score is 2-1 to Charlie Losper. That was in the third leg. Charlie to start the fourth leg. Remember, this is the race to 7, to get to 7 legs. We're at the Sessions Billiard and Dart Club in Bellville. It's opposite Tiger Valley at Tiger Manor. Please come and join us, because it's really, the vibe is fantastic. We're going to be watching the Springboks take on England. So come and join the fun. Come and watch some darts. Come and watch some rugby. Come and eat some pizzas and meet some new friends. We are here. Everyone is welcome. Charlie threw a 140 there to get him on a nice. Quite ahead of Carl by 101. So Charlie now wanting to just set himself up. Charlie throws a few wayward there, 2 wayward darts, and hopefully Carl can capitalize. And he has 119. Wonderful darts. At critical times in the game, it's these times that you realize it's difficult, but these guys have got such composure in front of the dartboard. I absolutely love this game. Carl struggling a little bit there to get into the trebles. Carl hitting a 98. Charlie now has 141. And can he close it? No, he can't. Carl has 132. A few years back, I saw one of the most amazing closes of 132 actually live. Bull 32. I know it's many people play it that way, and I think Carl was trying for that as well. But I saw it at a tournament a few years back. Angel Morgan was the guy that did it, but yeah, fantastic darts. Charlie's now closed the game on closed the game. He's leading 3-1. That was in the fourth leg. Carl opens the fifth leg. Charlie's so consistent on those 60s. Is this another 180? $180. Well done. That's the second 180 of the game. What can Carl do? Carl follows up with a 140. Not allowing Charlie to get too far ahead of him. Charlie comes back to the hockey. And this is the fourth 60 and another one. Unfortunately, couldn't get that third one in, but it's still a 140. Beautiful darts. Carl seems to be rushing it a little bit. Just needs to calm down and focus again. Beautiful darts. It's the... It throws a 131 to leave him on top. On 50, I think. 50, sorry. And Carl's still just trying to find that trebles. It's not working at the moment. Charlie going for the tops, and it's a 5. And just corrects the trash, but Carl's still a ways off. He seems to be hitting that 5 now. It's not... His dart seems to be going a little to the left. And he must... But he hits a nice 57 there. I'll put him on a close. Charlie needs 32 to extend the lead to 4-1, but he can't close it. So Carl gets an opportunity now on 148. And again, that he hits that 5. Charlie gets another opportunity now at 16. Carl couldn't close that 148. And on the second dart, he closes the fourth leg. Sorry, the fifth leg. He leads 4-1. Charlie to start the sixth leg. Come and join us at the Sessions Billiard and Dart Club in Belleville, where all the action is. We've got some of the top players playing still in the last 16. We've got Graham Philby. We've got Zander Faddle. We've got Cameron Carolison, Johan Geldenes. They're all going to be up soon. So please come and join us. It's an amazing dart day that we're going to be having here, and tomorrow we will continue at sessions. The women will also be playing. So please come and give your support. We'd really like to see you. $81 for Charlie. And Carl just trying to keep ahead. And it's around 100. Carl seems to be finding that 6 is a little bit better now. 20 is a little bit better now. Not going into the 5 so much. He's corrected his stance a little bit. He needs a treble and he can't get it, but Charlie now on 206. And at that change gets a 55. Can Carl close, or at least he gets 98 and leaves him on 60. So Charlie has 111. He can't get the 51. And he can't close this either. So Carl will return to take out the 60 and close the gap hopefully on Charlie. That's leading 4-1 at the moment. Oh, and he can't close the 20. So Charlie's on a 16. If he closes this, he just widens the gap. And he closes that game with on his second dot. Charlie leads. Oh, sorry. 5-1. That's right, 5-1. Charlie leads. Carl needs to now dig deep if he's hoping to get into this game. We're into the 7th leg of this game. Charlie leads 5-1. Gabriel now understanding the importance of hitting that 60s. We've got Charlie just consistently hitting those trebles. Carl hitting 100 again, just to keep slightly ahead of Charlie, but Charlie just seems to be very consistent on hitting those trebles. And Carl hits another 100, so now it's put him on a nice close of 117. And Charlie will now try and put himself on a close. Carl throws 57. Leaving him on a 60, and Charlie's got 144. Can he take out the 144? He needed a treble on the dart, on the first dart. He's got 80 and 64 left. Carl's got tops. And he takes it out. So Carl's won that game, the 7th leg. The score now is 5-2. Charlie to start the 8th leg. Charlie misses a 180 but gets a 140. Carl, you can see Carl is starting to tense up a little bit. And Carl just keeps consistent with 100. He needs another, and he gets just 100, but he just needed another treble there just to put a little bit of pressure on Charlie Lasper. But it calls one dot fell out of the 20, but he still gets a 75. And he sneaks that one dot right in the middle of the two to get 100. $85 for Carl. Charlie now on 116. Looking for the 76. And he gets it. And he's got tops. And he misses the tops. Leaves him on 20, but Carl still has a way to go to put himself on the double. And he gets a 140. What pressure darts at this stage of the game. Charlie gets it on the double 5 as he closes off at 20 to lead 6-2. And now we're into the 9th leg of this game. Carl Gabriel just threw a 60. Carl will need to just pick up his game a little bit, not rush it. And he throws 100. Charlie's got 2 in the treble 20, and he gets a third, 180. That will be the third of the game. Carl throwing a 132 there to really put him in contention and put some pressure on Charlie. And now he'll get an opportunity to throw for this game. Or throw for this leg. And he throws a 63. Which leaves him on 16. But Charlie has 44. Charlie gets this. 44. And he misses on the double 10. So Carl now has an opportunity. Double 8. And he gets it to grab one more game back from the surge of Charlie Losper at the moment. So the score line now is 6-3 to Charlie Losper. In the 10th leg, Charlie will start. And he throws, and he's Carl just needs to keep with Charlie to give him even an opportunity in this game. Carl needs a big score here. Let's see if he can get it. 180. That was a crucial time of this match, which leaves him on 61. Charlie Losper's got 98. He's got to close this. Otherwise, Carl will come back and get a chance at closing this game. Carl will come back. Carl will come back and get an opportunity at 61 to reduce the score. And Carl has won that game. It's now 6-4. And he has now started the 11th leg of this match. He's reduced the deficit now. And it looks like Carl has now got some confidence back. You can see he's really trying to get his arm loose a little bit. It's beautiful. And another one. $139 for Carl. He's really on a roll now. And Charlie, as per normal, cool and calm, just throwing his darts as best he knows. So Carl's got his tail up a little bit now. And he throws another 140. Ah, it's 180. Sometimes it's very difficult to see that second or third dart. But he's thrown another 180, so I think that's 4 for the game. Carl now has 122. And Charlie throws 90 to leave him on 32. Charlie still got a ways to go. Call 32. And he gets it on the second dart. He's now reduced the deficit, and the scoreline now is 6-5. I think he's had 4 games on the trot. He's won 4 games on the trot, has Carl. He's really got his tail up right now. And Charlie's now starting the 12th leg of this game. And what a matchup this was. Oh, that's a pity. That dart just spun out of the 60. And Carl just needs to regroup now. Charlie getting 100 there. Carl trying to hit that 60s. It's just not working right now. But I'm sure he's just going to loosen up that arm a little bit more. And just get his length and line right. That's a 100 for Carl. So he's about 100 behind Charlie right now, but Charlie's obviously going to, hopefully. $125. What a time, Charlie. What a time. Carl needs 180. He gets 140. He's putting on the pressure. But Charlie's on 95. If Charlie gets this 95, he will win the match. He gets the 57. Needs a double 19. And he gets it. And Charlie has won the match 7-5. Carl Gabriel, unfortunately, out of the tournament. But what a fantastic match for both players. That was some amazing darts, and the dart average is amazing. Charlie Lasper's got 82 dart average and 81 for Carl. Keep watching. We'll be coming live with the next match, which is going to be the detonator, Graham Philby, and we'll just check to see who his opponent is. But we'll be right back with the live feed. Please keep watching, and please come and visit the Sessions Billiard and Dart Club. Come and join us here, where the vibe is starting to pick up. More people are coming to join. I think they're all coming for the rugby as well and the darts. So let's see. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. It's Nicole Alcock here, your commentator for the day, or at least at some points in the day. On the live stream we have Graham Philby and Giovani Mathie. This is also still part of the top 16, so it's first to 7 legs. Graham Philby's won the bull and he's starting the match. Graham played an amazing semi-finals against Johan yesterday. I think he really played some of his best darts, and he, in his own words, he says, "Nicole, I'm almost back." He's had some challenges also, health-wise, but I think Graham is now starting to get his strength back again, and it seems like the old Graham is back, although now it just seems to be struggling just to find his line. Giovani has been playing darts for a very long time. His dad used to coach him and his brother. His brother's also playing a fantastic dart lately. But Giovani's always been in these tournaments and always a contender. Still a young man and has a lot of potential. So let's see how this game develops. Graham just struggling a little bit there, it seems, with his pitch. But I'm sure he'll correct that. Years of experience standing on that stage right now. Graham is such a character. He always is the funniest, and he's just socially, he's a very funny person, always bringing laughter to everybody around him. But when he's on the hockey, it's all serious because he knows what's at stake. It seems like it's quite a slow game. The dart average is not too great at the moment, but I'm sure that if they get into their stride, we will see some amazing darts. Gio then hitting the trebles there. One treble, which is important because it's now put him on a close. And Graham follows suit, and Graham's following up with that. And he hits 121. Gio at 110. So will his first dart be 60? See Giovani just rolling his eyes at that. Not exactly what he's wanted. And Graham going for 10, 20 tops. And he gets it, and he takes the first leg of the game. In Gio to start the second leg. Graham keeping it tight at the moment. Gio throwing the 81. That last dart just went a little bit wayward there. But it's still early stages in the game. And I'm sure they'll correct all these little niggles that is pushing their darts to the left or the right. I mean, these guys are true professionals when it comes to their darts. They take it very seriously. You can see the passion with every throw because their facial expression says it all. And Graham just hits the 100 there to put him within reach. Gio now needs to just get into put in a good score. Another treble would have been brilliant, but 85 and puts him on a 120 close. Graham trying to put on some pressure. So Gio not being able to do much of the 120. Let's see what Graham can do with the 145. He's got his 60. Tries for the 45. Just treble 15. And he scores 93. Here's the 152. Gio now has 80. One wayward dart. Looks like Gio's struggling a little bit just to get his rhythm and momentum going. I'm sure he will be able to pick up his game a little bit. And there Graham has missed the 32, giving Gio a chance now. Gio goes 14 and now he wants tops. And he hits a 20. Second chance for Graham on the 32. Dart is lying a little bit awkward. You can see the flight is lying a little bit awkward. It was hiding the 16 or the double 16. So Gio gets another opportunity now at double 10. And he takes it. So we squared up the game 1-1 in the second leg. Graham Philby to start the third leg. And he starts with an 81. Scoring a little bit low at the moment. It's also affecting the dart averages. Gio just mustering a 60 there. they need trebles actually to get this game, and their dot average is a little bit up. And Graham takes a chance on the 19s and gets the treble 19. This is a good shift on his part. As you can see, Gio stands a little bit to the right of the dartboard. It's just the way his pitch is, and that's 134. Beautiful darts from Giovani. Graham now finding the treble 18 and puts him on a close of 124. Gio just keeping it 3 in the box. .92. Graham seemed a little bit confused at the moment, but I think he's sorted it out for himself. And Gio just gets a 47, so he leaves him on 110. And Graham has 32. He seems to be struggling a little bit on the left side of the board. I'm not sure if it's maybe something that's disturbing them, but as you can see, Joe gets a 21. Giovani leaves him on 52, and Graham has a 16. And he doesn't get the second dart into the... Oh, he busts. So through that third dart a little bit too much, and he's busted that. So Giovani now has an opportunity to take Graham's throw. He's got 52, but he's got to close off the 32. And he takes the game. He takes Graham's throw. Giovani leads 2-1. That's his throw in the fourth leg. Even Steven on the scoreboard. And Gio getting 2 in the trebles. The throws are 140. Graham seems to be struggling slightly. Giovanni's throwing some solid darts now. I think he's gained his confidence back again a little bit. And it just seems like Graham has taken his foot off the pedal. Gio finding that first treble and the second. That's 174. 77, sorry. What beautiful darts. Leaving Giovani on 24 to close and take a lead of 3-1 in this game if he can get it. He just misses on all 3 darts. Graham not looking too happy at the moment. And Gio gets another 3 at 24. That's a bit far. And he misses on the 24. And throws quite a... He throws a 9 to leave him on 15. Let's see if Graham can capitalize on this. It's 94 for Graham. Gio throws a 9. He was aiming for the 3. It's got double 3 left. And he messes that up. So he's given Graham an opportunity now to come back. Graham needed that treble. And he takes the 60. So Gio now needs to go 1-1-1. For most dart players, a lot of dart players, 1-1 is could be an absolute nightmare. And Graham will get an opportunity now at 52. Couldn't get that. So he basically has got 39 left. That last dart just in the 1. Giovani now again on 3. And he gets it on the second dart, and he's taken the lead of 3-1 against Graham Philby. That's in the 4th leg. Graham starts the 5th. And it seems like he's starting it with some purpose. That's 140. At least getting a treble in that visit. And what can Giovani do? Graham seems all fired up now. It's very different from the previous game. I mean, he's really now hitting those treble 20s. So I think he's got another wind, some breath of fresh air has now obviously lifted his game. Gio's still a far ways off. And Graham's now on 76. And Graham finishes off and make it 3-2. Oh, you can see that frustration on it. He seemed a little bit undecided exactly on what he wanted to do right there. And when that dart went off the board or off, you could see that frustration in Graham's face. So I think he just needs to settle down a little bit and finish off the game. The 56 2 darts. The game now is 3-2 to Giovani still, but that was in the fifth leg. In the sixth leg, Giovani to start. Graham playing some beautiful darts, 135 there. Can Gio reply? A few wayward darts there by Graham. Gets 100. So it's still a very tight game. I mean, you won't be able to decide on who the winner will be yet. Still very tight. Still lots more darts to go. So come and join us. We're at the Sessions Billiard and Dart Club in Bellville, in Tiger Manor. It's opposite Tiger Valley. Come and join us as we enjoy the darts. It's the grand final of the African Continental Tour. Throughout the year, we've hosted ranking competitions throughout Africa, and the culmination is at the grand final, where the top 32 players compete for the coveted prize of the 60,000 Rand total prize money. And it's also basically closes off our season, and we. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got Devon Peterson here. Devon Peterson joining me in the commentary box. Hey D, how you doing?
Hi Nicole, it's been a day. I mean, today as the ACT Grand Final, and you can see the crowd coming in. It's been so great. I mean, watching and competing as well. Yesterday I watched and commentated. Today I'm competing a bit. And you can just tell, like, the players understand the magnitude of this. I mean, the prize money is great, number one. Number two is the prestige of being the champ of Africa. And we've seen the likes of, like, Cameron Carolison, Johan Geldenhuys, Simon Adams, all of them progressing through. And yeah, we're looking at, as well as myself, you got Graham Philby. Certainly not the same Graham Philby we seen yesterday against Johan Geldenhuys, who missed a few darts to actually put the champ out. But yeah, how's your day been? I mean, being behind the microphone, I know.
It's been interesting. I've had a few people come and assist me here, but watching this darts, David, I mean, I feel like I'm playing. Every dart thrown and every miss, I feel it, because I know how important this is for everyone that is participating. You can see it on their faces. You can see how much passion they have in it. Everybody wants to win.
I think it's the Saturday feeling, because the Saturday is where we go last 32, last 16, and then Sunday's it's the day. It's from the last 8 up and until the winner. As we see Philby there just missing out, and Giovani now having an opportunity to go 4-2 up in this game, and this will be with throw and give him a 2-leg cushion as well. We know that Giovani is methodical in his approach. He takes his time, stands all the way to the right on the hockey and finds that dart. And you understand that Graham Philby is in a position now that he's not quite accustomed to, Nicole. It's now a position where Graham has to find every single treble and also just find a fight back. With his averages, obviously, there's been misses, there's been conversions, and those yesterday were landing for him. And it just shows you the difference a day makes.
Day makes, absolutely. And I think yesterday, I was saying, I think he gave everything into that game with Johan yesterday. Played the amazing darts, and he said to me afterwards, Nicole, I'm back. So I think today it might just be a little bit of fatigue. I'm not sure what it is, but I think there are bouts of brilliance in this game. But I'm hoping that he'll pull himself up. The dart average is a little bit low.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the averages. I think it's just the comfortability, and you know that when players are playing in this specific position, last 16, it's almost playing your final for today. This is your final because tomorrow you want to get into tomorrow. You don't want to wake up tomorrow and not have darts, and not ADG darts, and not the final, because you know that the amount of prize money that's available as well. This weekend has been it's our money weekend, if we call it, 110,000. 100,000, sorry. The 10,000 was gratis van geborgd, yeah, APSA. But yeah, Nicole, I mean, as you've seen these players grow over the seasons, I mean, this is year 2. You've had an absolute kind of front row seat because you're at every ACT, you're doing all the stats, obviously with assistance of Dart Connect, and just what has that been like over the period? I mean, you've seen players now. This has now become a custom. It's similar to the PDC, but this is kind of our showcase of Africa. What's that been like?
So it's been amazing to see, especially the youngsters, how they're coming through the ranks, how they're taking inspiration from these guys that have been playing for so many years. I mean, I look at Graham, he's been on the international stage, and he's not scared to share his knowledge with all the other players. But I think it's so exciting to see the Zanderfaddles, the Tyrones coming out of the woodwork. I mean, Joram Sylvester, he's been playing for years, but whoever knew who he was until today? We saw him on the live stream, played an amazing game against Kendrick. Unfortunately, couldn't make it to the end, but still, you know, we unearthing, I think, all talent in Africa, and that, I think, is what has always been our aim.
I think you saying unearthing, for me, it's potentially just creating that platform. As we see Fulby there, just going a roundabout way to get that 78 and leave him tops. Certainly, Gio Mattia is not on the dance floor at all. But exactly coming to that point of unearthing, it's allowing that platform and giving everybody a place to kind of shine, whether it be for 10 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, we see the guys all the way from Paul, as we see Graham Fulby there finishing the tops, making it 4-3, and the way in which this game is going as well. I mean, besides us talking about the progress of the ADG and ACT, the way in which this game is going, it certainly seems like one big mistake could cost Fulby, and the same for Giovani, because I know that both these players obviously a lot way better than their averages show, but the big thing is in a game that is so tensely competed, there's emotion, there's understanding that the next round the prize money gets bigger. It means that that now becomes your Christmas bonus, if you must call it that, from the ADG. And both these players now, and you can see with Fulby kind of trying to shake himself loose and move his shirt around, it does become a bit humid on that, especially when you know that the cameras are on you, the lights are on you, and all of those are, and the eyes are on you.
Yeah, you know what I think. Watching these games on the live stream now and commentating, I've noticed that there was no real walkover games. You know, it's been very competitive, and guys have come from behind to take the games, and so for me, it's like it just shows you the passion and how much they're wanting to actually be on that big stage tomorrow in the finals.
Last 8, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's going to be a fantastic showcase, which is going to be happening live at Sessions Billiard Bar, corner of Bilbeside Note and Durban Road. If you're in the Cape Town area, I mean, we've got beautiful views here of
the hills,
Plattekloof Hills and Table Mountain in the distance. But literally, I mean, Sessions Bar has been fantastic to us this year. I mean, you'll know we came in early on this year. We have Stuckland here as well, which is from, so it's a neutral venue, but it's really a place where you can feel the atmosphere, the people that the people that come into the bar. I mean, there's TVs all around, sports being shown on all the TVs, and live darts being playing in the venue, and there's pool, all of the billiards.
Billiards boards, yeah.
So yeah, it's a great venue, and I think that it does lend itself to give an offering of atmosphere vibe that you want to have with darts, and I think that that's been an early struggle point for the sport in Africa. It's not very much almost audience focused. It's more about player focused.
Yeah.
And what we're trying to do is, when you take into a space like this, it now means that people that previously wouldn't have access to the sport, live sport, now sees it as they're passing by. And that, you never know, could spark an interest. And then what that means is they might even come to whichever, side one, if they want to go with the ACTs and ADG, which is one-off events, or you want to go with the league format, which is ADS, or you could go with the formal structures, which is Darts South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is where we develop the sport. This is where we introduce the sport to people that have never. So the guys come here to play pool. They see it. I'm going to try this. And let me tell you, we've actually, in our first tournament that we hosted here as the Wizards franchise, gained 2 players from, they just came, walked past, wanted to try it out. And he played the Kerwin Africa. He played in the ACT yesterday. Was so amazed to have even gotten past the 32. So it just shows you that we are actually providing opportunities constantly. And I think, I don't know, I'm not sure what the live stream is doing right now, but I'm sure there's many people watching.
It's fantastic. And this is we do know that the PDC has live events tonight. As we see, Graham Philby now needs that double tops, needs double 10 now to level the game. And he gets it. Now we will see a game that's going to flip on its head. Giovani made an error there by missing the double tops. Graham Philby there just trying to get himself cool, get some air under that beautifully shirt sponsored by Racketlon. And what we're gonna see now is it's a different game. Because now with level pegging, it means that it's a first to 3. We'll see a little increase in the performance, because what was happening previously, Giovani was trying to defend his lead, Graham Philby was trying his utmost to catch up, and it was only about allowing him into the space that would have given him that opportunity. Graham, at first time of asking, took the opportunity. I expect now to see some more steady treble 20s and kind of getting that darts a bit closer. Everybody in sessions here getting ready for the Springbok game. We do love our rugby and everything that is South African. Graham Philby, slightly behind after doing all that hard work and making it a level game. The ACTs are proudly sponsored and flighted by Condor. We've seen a magnificent uptake in Africa with the Condor flights, and globally as well. Graham Philby sporting the Condor flights. Just feel as though Graham Philby knows it's slipping out of his hand, and Giovani here with an opportunity to have a break, which will put him in an advantageous place, and Graham will not like that, as he's pushed and worked so hard to come back and come back strongly. Giovani only managing 50, but will be now with a if he hits a treble, he'll find himself on 112, and he does. So this puts the game really in a really tough place here, because Giovani will have first dibs on the 116. Opts to go for the treble 19 option, and now left with 90. So 72 left there. Not a great turn, because it means that if he does not hit a treble, he'll only have one dot at a double. But Graham Philby knows the 112 has to go. It's not going to go. With a shake of the head there from Graham. Finds the ton, and this puts the shot under pressure. 72, not an easy shot. Giovani would have to find an easy treble. This is going to go to the pool, ladies. Does not have a shot at all. Has he dented his chances, not only of this leg, but of this game? Because now he's going to have to leave it handy. He went for 13, missed every single dot that he went for. Giovani just had a meltdown. 49 left. Double 6 coming in for 12 for Philby. Philby was out of this leg. One mistake, and this is how big it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about leading a game, number one. And number two is capitalizing on mistakes, especially when you're in the lead or you just came back. He'd want to just be steady. And I think with Graham being in the position now, Graham Philby 24 now, and seems to me like Graham Philby is certainly feeling the fatigue of yesterday through really well. 5 games back to back with steady on 80 plus averages, which is really great. Giovani managing to take out Charles Losper and Grant Sampson yesterday. Giovani would just want to steady the ship, because he knows that Graham Philby is not firing on all cylinders. Another 47 there, and this is now becoming slightly a bit tough for both players. Nobody really getting a grip of the game. That's being shown by the averages, and if it's anything to go by, these players, it's not really there. They're normal. And when I say normal, I know the standard. I mean, you can go back to Dot Connect and just see the standard that these guys generally play at. Not making an excuse. I think the pressure is quite on with it being the ACT finals. It's only a steady 60, but this 98, yeah, could certainly hurt Giovanni's hopes of going to the last 8. Graham Philby with a snatch dart there, and only managing 24 so far. So 74, he'll go 14s. Gets the 14, 60 left. This 84. Early on, Giovani had a 72 and missed all his shots. So this will need to be 20. A missed opportunity there. 20 double tops. Gets the double tops, and now 6-4 to Philby. Graham Philby now with 4 legs on the spin. Not playing his greatest, but he started off there with a solid 140. And now he can smell the winning line. This is where he feels like he's got a bit of a comfort zone. He's got a leg buffer. Giovani just slipped away, and Graham's averages increased by a few points, but nothing spectacular. This is where you kind of just want to make sure all of the hard work that you put in, 4 legs on the spin, just to get in there, find the treble with ease. And this is what I was saying yesterday. This was what Graham Philby was doing for fun, just hitting ton after ton. Magical opportunity now for Graham Philby just to set up with an unfortunate bounce out there from Giovani. But he will not do anything to the scores at all. Graham Philby with an 80 setup. 96 left, and Giovani can throw the first. He's got his 180. This puts the 96 into question. There's 111 left for Giovani, but does he have an opportunity to mount a comeback? Or will Graham Philby shut the door? It won't be this turn. Graham's going to go down to the 16, gets a big 16, and this is great stuff from Graham. He's got tops left, but this this 111 will certainly sting. It will certainly sting. It will sting. 180, 111 puts him back in this match, and that 96 there, what a shot. And you can tell by Graham's reaction and just appreciating the skill and expertise of Giovani Mati. That was phenomenal. Graham in the lead in that leg. Giovani was 6 magical darts, perfect darts. Exactly what the doctor ordered. And now this is exactly what legs can do. Those kind of good legs can kind of almost reassure you of your ability. When you're struggling in matches, sometimes it's a lot about what's between the ears and how games are played, lost, and won. As you can see there, Philby just trying to get the pitch right, making sure he follows through correctly. But what a shot there. If you missed it, it was a 180 and a 111 from Giovani Mati to put us back on throw here. Graham Philby still the favorite for the leg. He finds the single bit, and Giovani slightly ahead here. Could this be another one? Wayward second, but the third follows the second dart, and he'd have preferred it to follow the first. Will Graham have some heroics of his own? Bounces to the wrong side of the... Certainly, and again, it's only half of the 180. Close, tight darts, is 90 scored. This would hurt as well. Snatch dart there, but he can still recover. Seems to find the 5 very often. It's simply because he throws across the hockey, throws from right to left, and that can happen, especially when you're not center. So the misses become more to the left of the board, to the 5 region. So for many of you watching, just remember, if you're not standing down the middle, that would be your misses. It would be to the left of the board. Giovani there, finding the 95, leaving me on a 96 after 15 darts thrown. Graham Philby now needing to find the treble. He does find the treble and still a bogey shot. So 6 darts here for 96, so he does not need to take it out, but this would hurt. Ooh, that is punished. 6 all. This is going the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Philby had 4 on the trot, and now it's turned around and Giovani stopped the rot, and now he's got 2 back-to-back legs. So now we had a 1-leg shootout. The averages have increased, but the game has certainly improved. Graham Philby starting with a ton, but Giovani, yeah. Could he start off with a maximum? 140 for Giovani. That is as good as it gets here, but Philby certainly out of the traps now, and could be a response here. He gets the 180. And that's exactly what this gentleman can do. We do know the ability. We know that during this game, I think both of them were just waiting for each other to spark. And in the last leg, both of them are sprinting. I don't think neither of them will be really sprinting, because I don't think they've been running for a long time, but they're sprinting to the winning line here. And who wants to book their place into the Sunday, which is tomorrow? It's the last 8 of the ACT finals at Sessions Bar, Billiard Bar, corner of Devon Road and Bill Besaden out. We're live, back to the live action here now, and Giovani, 66, so almost level pegging. You feel as though a mistake here or just not a conversion on a treble will leave the door ajar, and I feel as though with Giovani's expertise, this could be the shot. He'd need to find 2 trebles at least. That's 1. I think that's 2. Is that a maximum? That is a maximum, ladies and gentlemen, and that's exactly the kind of pressure he needed. Now, Philby needs to take out this 120. The first dart's perfect. Second dart's perfect. Match start incoming. Graham Philby, 120. Over the top. What an opportunity. 1 dart missed. 1 match dart missed by Graham Philby. Giovani Mati carved out an opportunity here. Inside 15, will have to go over to the 7. Goes up for the 3. Double 6 for the first match start. Snatches it, and Graham Philby was in the same position yesterday against Johan Geldernees. He now has 3 clear double tops to put him into the Sunday, the last 8 of the ACT finals. Does he have what it takes? He's got 2 more darts in hand. Final dart in hand. This is getting pressure. Goes into the 5. That is big. That's gonna hurt. That has got to hurt him. Giovani Mati has double 6 on his favorite side as well. Now has to go to the double 3 at the bottom of the board. Finds the double 3. Cannot believe he's just won. Giovani Mati advances on the last 8. Graham Philby there missing 4 match darts. That was really engaging stuff there. Tyler Shears, one of the academy players, has marked that thrilling 13-legger. But ladies and gentlemen, Giovani Mati advances into the last 8 tomorrow. It's going to be live action at the Sessions Billiard Bar, corner of Bill Besaden and Durban Road. If you are not watching on stream and you are in the Cape Town area, please come check us out. It's going to be fantastic action. We'll catch you back tomorrow.